The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Death. Something the citizens of Shady Acres knows too well. Due to an unknown disease rapidly progressed by the city's expansion rate, and left with nothing else to do, the citizens take to the streets. They rush to the transportation center to take buses to the Chirp X Space Center. Large lines queue for the citizens' chance to escape the planet. The Chirp X Space Center, the last hope, is a place housing the space rocketing program. The city's survival, or even the planet's survival, relies on the Chirp X's Kerbal Space Program to teach us how to fly across the stars. With the help of SpaceX Kerbal Space Program, we will first learn how to fly a rocket. Next, we will learn how to fly in lower planet orbit before continuing to full planet orbit. After learning orbit travel, we only have one more thing to do: space travel. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Kerbal Space Program.
Now, I did turn the game on, but I haven't played anything. I did, on the other hand, off stream, go in here and I updated our ships. We had 2 ships in here that was doubled for some reason, and I don't remember why. So we should only have these 3 ships here. We have the roly-poly, which I was attempting to use to roll down the launch pad to this area to get extra science immediately starting out. Then we made this ship, which pretty much goes from ground level to low orbit height, and then goes back down. So I rearranged the science so that it has the ability to do all 4 sciences from here, although we would have the goo already done. Then we made the Orbit Mark 1. There's also a Mareep in chat if anyone wants a sheep. We also have this one, Orbit Mark 1. Does what the name implies, it orbits. And we have the 4 science juniors for the 4 different situations from launch pad to orbit. And then inside here, we have, I think, 1 of everything of the other sciences. I see temperature and goo on this side. There should be the barometer on this side. There's 2 goo. So I guess in case, I don't remember why we have 2 goo, but there's 2 anyway. And unfortunately, this does not have room for 2 people. So the only issue with this rocket is that if I wanted to reset everything before I come back, I would need a scientist. And if I have a scientist, we don't get the Stability Assist System, which is the SAS button that I click on. And pretty much that means that I would have to micromanage the direction of the ship at all times. So instead, I just keep Jebediah in here, a pilot, allows us to have the SAS. SAS keeps it in a straight line, more or less. And what I also did, I think at the end of stream, is instead of moving this decoupler here, which is how I'm detaching it, to up here, I just added a second decoupler. So there's two stages in here. There's this decoupler, no, this one takes off the rocket on our descent, and then I have the ability to also decouple this one, which takes off all the science. Which, if we, while in orbit, do an EVA, which we have to for science, we could go to the different command capsules here, or science capsules, take out the science from them, and then return into here, and then everything is in here. So that's why we were able to detach this. We didn't detach it last stream, and I saved after getting it to orbit, which meant that I could not revert back to launch and set this up before launching. So we had a fun time trying to save Jebediah from crash landing. Pretty much we got to a point where I was rocking back and forth the rocket so that the science juniors blew up, and then we had enough weight ratio that we stayed retrograde and we slowed down before crash landing. Of course, our one parachute did help us in that last landing, but the previous landings before that, either it didn't deploy, or it deployed and we're moving too fast for it to actually work. So, we also, I think, have... I'm not going to save that. I didn't change anything, I don't know why it said save. We also have one plane. No, we have multiple planes that are just slight differences. So we have the Science Plane Mark II, I think is our best rover. And this pretty much has goo, temperature, barometer, and a Science Junior. And we drove this around the control station thing. I'm forgetting what the entire area for Kerbal is. We went around to every single building, which counts as a different biome, and we did the sciences in those areas, and then we finished out. Now, we do have a Mark III, and I think that is... This is actually what we used going around to the different areas. Now, we could have taken the wings off and just drove this around like a car, but I kept this plane as it is so that we can use it later on to travel around the globe. So we are at some point going to fly this, but for right now, we are not. Now, I think inside here is just a bunch of batteries. And then we have solar panels here to give us a little extra power if at some point we run out of fuel. Which I don't think we would run out of fuel. So this is kind of like a redundant system for unneeded reasons. Now, if we get out of here, we're going to check to see what science we got up to, because I don't remember what sciences we did. I see tiers 1 through 4, and then number 5. Now, I actually started writing down everything from this notebook, which is all just thrown about, onto a Google document. I'm going to pull that up. And sure. Apparently, when I said document, AI on my phone started talking. If I go to game info here, if I look at the different tiers here, it says third science is tier 1 through 4, which I can't see the game anymore, but I can on OBS. And we also have electronics, which is there at the bottom of the game. So we are working towards the 4th science unlock, which means I need a total of 540 total science. Now, I had to get really close to look at OB. We have, I'm not sure what the decimal point is, but we have 222 science currently. And we need, let's just say we need double that to get to where we need to be. Now, it's definitely not double that, it's a little bit more than double. And did I write down the order of my rockets? I did. So, what we are going to try and do today, after I make sure that our orbit rocket is what I wrote down as third rocket, is we're going to do a moon flyby. Now, I actually did write down the different science and stuff that we need for this. I just need to make sure that... I am on the right page. Okay. So, in my notes of exactly how much delta velocity we need to go to the moon and back. Now, we are not landing on moon, but we are going to orbit around it before returning. And in terms of returning, we are going to do a maneuver that would technically crash land us onto Kerbal, but we're obviously not going to crash land. We're going to be able to turn our rocket around and burn off some fuel so that we slow down and we don't burn up in the atmosphere. So now, back in the game, you guys can actually see my cursor now. I wrote down exactly what rocket stuff I need, but I need to check to see if it is Mark 1. It is not, because part of our next rock is going to have a reaction wheel. I'm going to get rid of all this. Now, all of my rockets are going to automatically start with, like, zoom in enough, obviously a parachute. And then I enjoy putting a heat shield on the bottom to help with faster speeds of re-entry. Now, immediately after that, I'm going to put a decoupler. Forgot where it was for a second there. This is too big. We don't want that one. We want the TD12. Now, this is going to mean that we decouple everything off of here. Now, in terms of my notes, I did not write down that I put on a science storage. But what I am going to do is find a place to put this. Now, a good place, aerodynamically, is to put it right on the nose and put the parachute on top of that. So, what we're going to do when we're in space, we're going to get out, we're going to put all the signs inside here, and then we land later on. And underneath this, as we're going to call each stage engine, or engines, as engine 1, 2, or 3. So for engine 1, it is going to end up being just one actual engine, but there are more things attached to it. I put in that there is a service bay. So if we go into something, cargo? No, it's not cargo. I do not remember where service bay is. I feel like it's at the top, but I know it's not in fuel engines, and it's obviously not in command because that's where that thing is. We are going to need one of these. Maybe not. Oh, service bay is in payload. Okay, I have to try and remember that. So we're going to open this, and what I wrote down is a bunch of weirdly organized words. So I'm going to attempt to try and recreate exactly how I have things written down, but I'm not sure if it's going to work out that way. Now, we want 2 radio batteries. And then my next note immediately after that is a reaction wheel. Now, reaction wheels help in rotating the ship. Now, we have a built-in action wheel in the command module, so we don't necessarily need this, but it does help you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to line these up a little bit better so that they're like evenly spaced inside here. And all I need to do is first find out where the bottom of that... Actually, that jumped up in a pretty good spot, so I'm going to leave it like it is. So all 3 of those do fit in here. I thought the action wheel does not fit in there. Now, I did write down 2 lights. And that is something that I don't know where they are. Utility, I guess. I didn't write down what kind of light, but I do know the light that I'm looking for. I think it's the Illuminator Mark 1. It is. And I wrote down 2 lights, so we are going to zoom in here, and I'm going to attempt to rotate these. I don't think I want the illuminators. They seem a little too big. Dome light? I feel like dome lights are going to be too dim of a light. How do I tell how much light it gives off? That's the question. Highlight the movements of a Kerbal on surface. Bring up a surface if you need a sample of. Or even put on a musical number, apparently. Okay. How big is this then? I think we're going to use this one. Now, I am going off of the lines inside this to try and center it. Because I don't think if I do Control X... Oh, it does! Okay. I thought Control X wasn't going to mirror it the way that I want it to. And then the next thing I wrote down is... 2 goo. So we're pretty much going to make this just like in the Orbit Mark 1. So we go to Science, Goo. We're going to keep this on double. And I actually want to rotate this, not that way. I want to flip it this way. I do want it still here. I just have to get trying to get the highest point where it stays that way. And then what I want to do is move these up just a little bit more, because I don't like exactly where they are. That's too much. So if I do local... No, I don't want that. I want absolute so that it stays in relativity to the rocket. But what I want to come down here and do is toggle snap. This will allow me to move it up in minuscule amounts instead of it just jumping to a next snapping node. And what that left me is a little more visual space to put in these. Now, I do not want it to be doubled, but I do want it to snap. I'm going to put temperature there, with the barometer right next to it. And then the next thing I wrote down is Science Junior. Now, I am going to attempt to rotate this so that all the doors, which are facing to the right, facing to my camera, are facing directly to the game's camera. I'm not entirely sure which direction I have to rotate it. This is flipping it. I want that. Do I want E? I do want E. E or Q could have been done with Q being pressed once. This will mean that when I go to open everything, I can at least be on the correct side if I face the way that the service doors open for Science Junior. And then we now build up the fuel and the rocket. I also wrote down that we need solar panels, because of course we do. In order to have a battery, you need or in order to charge a battery, you need solar panels. So what I'm going to do is, every time we build a rocket, we're going to obviously try to use whatever is the most amount of fuel that we have at that time. So we have 3 different fuel tanks. Each next stage is double the previous stage. So the T100s holds 45 fuel, 55 oxidizer. The T200 is double that at 90 and 110. The T400 is again a double at 180 and 220. So we are going to grab the T400, and then we're going to grab the Terrier, because this is only going to be needed for in a vacuum. Now, the way to find out if you have enough for vacuum in terms of velocity is you go down here and you just click vacuum. That's all you need to do. So now the speed down here automatically changes to vacuum. We go back to sea level, we have less. Vacuum, we have more. You can also do altitude to type in a specific altitude. I'm never going to use it. It's a decent in-between if you want to try and figure out how much velocity you need in low orbit and high orbit, but then you're still in orbit, so you're really working in vacuum. So it's probably going to be the same things. Aside from that, I have no idea what to use that for. And I didn't go over what numbers we need for delta V. Now, there is a way to calculate how much velocity, and I did not set up a thing to show everyone. So, if I just take a few seconds, we are going to Google. I had to pause so that the AI on my phone doesn't go off. If you go to Kerbal Delta V map, the very first image that I see is the image that I'm using for our stuff. Now, I am going to attempt put this in a way that I can see the image very large. And then what we're going to try and do is set up something in OBS. So there's going to be something we're doing together. Now, do I want window capture? I think I do. I do not want display capture. I don't know what else to call this other than Google Chrome Capture, so that I know what to use it for. If I press OK, capture specific window. I want that to be mapped. You're seeing everything. I don't want you guys to see everything. So if I do Control and like that's making it smaller. Is it Alt? Nope. Nope. That moved the whole background. There we go. That's the way that I wanted to move this. Now, for some reason, it is not on the correct tab. I'm not sure why. So, we'll move this back there. There we go. Now we're on the correct tab. And then this is the map that we are going to use for our delta velocity. Now, it looks like I need to scroll down a little bit. There we go. Now, I am going to place this in the bottom of the screen, and I'm going to minimize it just a little bit, or shrink it. So it may be a little hard to see. So all I'm going to be doing is clicking on here, because you might be able to see the cursor, which you can. So on this, it tells us all the delta velocities that we need for each stage. So we obviously start down here in the center at Kerbin, and we need a total of 3,400 delta velocity, or meters per second, to get up into low orbit. Then we need another 860 meters per second to be caught by Moon. Then we need, after that, another 310 meters per second just to get in a stable orbit. Now, I wrote this all down. And if you exclude the velocity at the beginning, the 3,400 that you need just to get into orbit around Kerbin, and you add them all up, you get a total of 1,480 meters per second of delta velocity that you need. Now, this is slightly more, and by slightly, I mean a lot more. It's over almost 500 more meters per second, which means that we can right-click on the fuel and actually reduce some of the fuel. Now, the only issue I'm going to have with showing Chrome is that I can't see the game info tab later on. So if I just move this out of the way. That is very bright and very big. That's not what I want. I'm just going to place this here. Hope that I can see it later on. That's good enough. Okay. What we're going to do is turn down the liquid fuel and the oxidizer. Now, in terms of the numbers, they may not look identical. Obviously, one is 180, the oxidizer is 220. But the liquid fuel and the oxidizer are used at the same rate, so they both go down. Like if I turn this down 1 tick, I would have to turn down the oxidizer 1 tick, because that still is equal amounts, even though the numbers are different. And each time I turn this down, we should see that the velocity also goes down because we have less fuel to burn. So what we're going to try to do, now I did write down the exact numbers to turn this down to, but what we're trying to aim for is roughly the total of 1,480 meters per second. Now I'm going to turn it down slightly higher than what I need so that I have a little extra in case we have a mess up, because we're bound to have accidents. The total velocity of 1,480 is the minimum you need to get to that point. It is not the number you need to hit. Just a good thing to go to. So I wrote down that if we turn fuel to 162, which we're already at, and oxidizer at 198. Oh, we already are? That was only one tab? Am I looking at the wrong rocket? No, we're on the right rocket. You guys see me scrolling in the game, but what I'm really scrolling on is the document with all the notes on the engine. Oh, I see what that note was for. I didn't read it all. So what I'm actually going to do is turn this down a little bit more. Everything that this rocket is doing is in vacuum. So if I turn it down just one more, how close do we get? 1638. I would much rather have a 15 than a 16. That is actually below what we need. So I guess where we had it originally is a better option. Gives us a lot of extra fuel so that when we come back to Kerbin, we can use the extra leftover fuel to slow our descent so we're not actually crash landing and not burning up. Even though we already have the heat shield. Now I'm going to close these because it's going to mess with what I think. Next thing we have is solar panels. So if we go back into electrical, because this is completely done, I can close this for now. We're going to grab these. Now, I did not write down how many solar panels. Usually I do write down the exact number instead of just saying solar panels. So what I'm assuming solar panels means is that I just need to completely cover this. That was undo. We just got rid of all the fuel and the rocket. I meant to press Control X and I pressed Control Z. Not too bad. All we have to do is put everything back on and then turn this down just one tab again. Now, I do see that these are together. And actually, I kind of like that idea. Oh, that reminds me, we should set this up so I don't forget to do that later. I want max altitude. No, not max altitude. I want a 2,000 altitude. Just my own personal feel for parachutes. You can have it down. I think they say the minimum that you should do is 1,000, which is the default. And for minimum pressure, I want it to be the max amount of pressure. So we have a maximum altitude of 2,000 meters, but then we also have a maximum pressure so that the parachutes don't deploy until we get low enough in the atmosphere. If we come in a little bit heavier, which is what I probably should have did last time we were streaming, is turn this down as far as I could for the minimum pressure. That way the parachute would have deployed earlier in and then helped us slow down. But anyway, we're going to close this again. Now this time I'm not going to do Control Z. I'm going to do Control X. And we are going to line this entire rocket with solar panels. Can I go more? No, it looks like 6 is the most, or is that 8? That's probably 8. Now doing that means that no matter how this rocket is rotated, the sun will hit it, and we will get power. So next thing we have is engine 2. Now for the engines, I wrote down engines plural, but I didn't write down how many. So I don't think I need 2 engines, I just need 1. We're going to put another decoupler. And this one I'm going to have staged with the rocket there. And then we're going to grab fuel. I wrote down 2 fuel. And then a swivel engine. The swivels obviously do what it says. It swivels. It helps pilot the ship in a certain direction. And I did not put any fins in notes for this, so we're not going to do that. What I do want to take a look at is our action groups to make sure that these are all set up correctly. So custom 1, we need to actually set this up. I think I want this to open with action 1 as it does all the science. So if I left click on it, we can, I guess toggle would be the way to do it. Or do I need to close this for it to set? No, it's definitely toggle. And then we want goo. Observe goo. We want temperature. We want to log it. We want barometer. We want to log pressure. I'm also going to grab this goo. No, I probably shouldn't do both goos on the same button. Anyway, we are going to do the science. Conduct materials study. And then what I want to do is take all of this, put it in here. So for customs 2, the only thing it's going to have is collect all. It's going to collect every science that is available, including crew stuff. It's going to put it in there. Now the only issue we have here is that there's no way to put a button that resets everything. So actually there is, but we couldn't get it to work last time. So if I try this. And we did have a scientist in the ship that we're trying to test this on it, but for some reason it wasn't working. So I'm going to put a custom button for it, but it might not work. So we're probably going to have to take out our pilot and make them come here. Now, what I actually want to do is rotate this entire thing so that it is opening on the same side as the door to make traveling in space a little bit easier to these. If I click on these, I remember that we wanted to not do this. Hold on. Because I'm still in this tab. We can just get out of this and go back into our build mode. Now if I left click and then press E once, everything's aligned with this. If I press 1, doesn't do anything in test. If I do 3, the select part to rotate, that's not what I want to do. So 1, 2, and 3 changes things up here. Good to know. I didn't know it had a shortcut. So 4 goes to here, which is reroute. We will be using reroute at some point later on. Not for this rocket, though. So now the next thing is boosters. We are going to be adding a bunch of boosters here for a total of 6, and then we're actually going to be doing something we haven't done before. I feel like Gino trying to catch that Pokemon. So, first thing we do is we add decouplers, and I'm going to do a 6-way symmetry. If I do Shift X, it goes down to 6. And I'm going to attempt to put them here. But I'm not sure if this is the preferred height. I do know I need to keep it below this decoupler. I think right there is a decent spot. And then we go to engines. We're going to grab the thumpers and put them on the decouplers. It's a little hard to see, so I'm just guessing where the decoupler is. I think that's about right. And then the first thing I want to do, now that I know there's a shortcut, if I press 2, it changes us to the move tool. I want to put the decoupler about halfway on the thumper to help with it stabilizing. Now, with the engine down there, we kind of want to be above this yellow line, because there's 3 sections here. Well, a total of 6, but then there's a little bit more engine. So now actually we want to be a little bit higher. If I put us right about here, this line should be in the middle of the decoupler if this was even spaced. So I put it a little bit higher. We should still be connected to decoupler, but we are not for some reason. Why are we out here? I'm gonna try and replace these. Okay, now we are centered. If I put on the tool mode, now I know there's a button for this, and it's C. C toggle snapping. I am not clicking it. But now this should mean that the thumper does not move more than I want it to. Right about there should be good. We could move it lower so that it's like in line with this, but what we're going to do instead later on is use stabilizers. And next step, go back to the place tool. We're going to add 6 winglets. Now, I wrote down a specific winglet, which I'm pretty sure is this. AV R8 winglet fins. And I wrote down that we need 6 of them. And what that means is we're going to put them on each thumper. I place them there. They're all directional control things. And now we go into some more technical stuff. So what I'm going to try and do is right-click on the radio decoupler, and we are going to remove symmetry. Now, if you remember in the last stream, when we started setting up this program, we went into the settings and we turned on advanced tweakables. And if I remember correctly, this is one of those advanced tweakables that we can remove symmetry. If I'm wrong, and this is there at all times, then that is not the reason why we did advanced tweakables. But what I'm going to do, remove symmetry on this, which if you notice down here in stage 4, we now have 2 different decoupler stages. We're also going to do the same thing on the decoupler that mirrors it. So the one way over here, we're going to remove symmetry on that. So now we see that there's 3 different decoupler ports here. We're also going to do the same thing with the thumpers that match the decouplers. Now, I am going to look at my notes to make sure that we're doing this correctly. And we are I do not have these in a visually aesthetically pleasing way for me. Why I'm having a little bit of trouble thinking of this. Now, what we're going to do immediately is we're going to move the staging around. So what I want in this stage, being the last one before our swivel engine, is the 2 decouplers. Actually, with the swivel engine, we want the 2 decouplers that we have here. And then for this one, we want these 2 engines. And then we have the 4 thumpers on their own. Now, I'm going to put these nose cones on here. Again, with the symmetry taken off, it doesn't add it to these. And what we're going to do is not remove them. Just put them back. We are going to remove this thumper. It also should be removing the other one, but it didn't. It's fine. We're going to go to 2-way symmetry. That's the wrong way. That just redid everything. Take that off. Take this off. So now we can see down here, things are a little bit messed up here. We're going to have to reorganize the staging afterwards. But what I'm going to do with this is we're going to do a smaller engine of fleas, which are these little solid fuel burners. Again, I want this on. That was Z. I pressed Z again. Put you there. Control X. No, Shift X. I want this on 2-way symmetry. And I'm hoping that this places it also on the other side, but I don't think it will. I put this here. Yeah, it puts the other flea in the middle of the rocket. So we are just going to do no symmetry. Put that flea there. Grab another flea. Put this on this decoupler here. I'm going to move them down, but first I'm going to put the nose cones on top of them. So, what I want first is move the fleas down in relative to the decoupler. I forgot that there's no symmetry, so these... Please don't put nose cones on both. And then what I'm going to do with these decouplers... Oh, I didn't mean to take it off. Put it back on. I thought I was still in... Move. I want to move this down as far as it'll go, which seems to be at this point. So what I might do is just take these... Nah, I won't take them off. I'll just put them down as far as they go. They should be the same height on the rocket, as far as I can tell. Okay. And the next thing I wrote down was up here to put struts. If we go into structural, we grab the strut here. We're going to put a strut on the nose cone and onto here. Now this one, I think I do want two-way symmetry, because it should do the symmetry on the other side. It actually is doing four-way symmetry. Didn't know it would do four-way. That's cool. That actually works in our favor. We don't need them on the fleas. We just need them on the thumpers. Now what I'm going to do is check our phasing. So we have this last decoupler here. Breaks off the rocket below it. So we want whatever that rocket is. Now this decoupler should be staged with this rocket. So they're together. Then the next one should be the engine there, the swivel. And that should be breaking off the two fleas. Okay. So this stage 3 should be the two fleas. And the 4 decouplers for the thumpers. Then the thumpers break us off. So what we see here, if we look at all of our delta V's, is we're going to go into here, we're going to turn it to sea level. So all the delta V's turn down or lower. And if we look at the totals here, we have 1359. That is not how much we need to get into orbit. We need a total of 3,400. But if we take a look at the next one, that's another 231. And the next one above that is 1183. If we add them all up, we should get close to 3,400 or a little bit more. Now, I did not write down the math on this. I'm actually going to type it on my calculator here. We get a total of 2,773. Because it is using part of this as getting into orbit. I think that's why I wrote down a specific extra velocity in space for that. If I add that in here, that's still not enough. What did I do differently that gave us more velocity last time? Because these are solid state burners. They do not take fuel. Solid fuel booster. They just burn the fuel they have. They don't, you can't add to it. I think I wrote down flea, but I actually wanted the hammer, which has more fuel. If I do this and we do Shift X. Could be on the decoupler. Nope, I need to do Shift X a little bit more. It is on the decoupler. I'm just going to place this here so I can take the nose cone off. And we're going to do the same thing over here. I'm going to just place this there. Here, put this nose cone back on. And then I'm going to attempt to move this down a little bit more. Now, I can't really see where the decoupler is at this point. Actually, I saw it for a second. It's just the camera there. I can see it a little bit. So that should be more centered for us. Then I'm going to do the same thing for this one. Is there a point where I can see the decoupler? That's a lot more. Because it's not centered. In terms of moving it on the decoupler, it doesn't matter that it's centered, but in terms of flying, I think it does matter if it's centered on the decoupler. There we go. Better. And I'm just going to go off of the height of the other one for this. If I go to right about there, that should be centered on the decoupler, or close to it. And then I also need to add the wing links back on. One there, that should be... That's not centered. Centered is over here more. What is going on with this? I want it on vessel? I think I'm gonna have to just place this in the center point and then rotate it. It's doing weird things. I place it there. We'll rotate it in a minute. I'm going off of this line here, which seems to be centered. And then we click the rotate tool. Hopefully it doesn't jump too far. That's better. And that's better. These are not for the upper atmosphere. This is to get to the upper atmosphere. Oh wait, maybe that's why I didn't write down the add fins back on. Because these two engines should be getting us from like low atmosphere to high atmosphere. These should be getting us up high. I did write down that I needed a total of 6 fins. So we're just going to leave it like this for right now. Oh, I did write down how much thrust to weight ratio everything should have. So that's probably why the stuff was off here. Don't want this one. I'm going to take these off again and put the fleas back on. I think I was supposed to make sure that the fleas had a certain amount of fuel. What was that noise? Is that a new follower? I can't see because I put the... Thank you for the new follower. I had to move this on OBS so I could see the icon at the bottom. What I want between these two fleas is a thrust of 1.3 is what I wrote down. No, that's the thumpers. For the fleas, we want close to 2, according to my notes. Again, that should have probably moved around the engine. I want these up here. I click on this. 2.46. Yes, I see what I did differently now. I forgot to turn down the fleas a little bit, which should give us a little bit more velocity. Didn't mean to click on it. I'm just gonna place it there and then Control Z to put it back. If I right click, if I turn this down a little bit, we can notice that TWR actually goes up, so maybe it was the thrust that I meant to turn down. Not doing anything for TWR. Yes, it is, actually. But our velocity is not really moving. That's okay. Still going to turn it down a little bit. I do need to do them at the same time, or else this isn't going to be reflected correctly. So if I go to this one and do 67.5, now we need it up more. Put that on 82. We'll change this one to 82. I'm not going for exactly 2 for the TWR. Just close to it. 2.1 is a little too close. Let's go to 82.5. Give us a little extra. For us to wait. Only 0.1 extra? 0.01? Okay, I'm not going to micromanage it more than that. The thumpers, on the other hand, should be closer to a 1.3, according to my notes. So we actually have quite a bit here. I turn this down. This brings it up, I forgot. Okay. Thrust limiter, we want to turn this down. And for this one, I wrote down close to 1.3. Now, luckily, doing this, since they should be still in symmetry, it is turning all of them down at the same time. So we are getting a better weight ratio. Now, 1.37 is good enough. I'm not going to try to get exactly 1.3. But if we right-click on this one, it's still the same number, so that's good. And all of these 6 boosters should be velocity in sea level. But our velocities didn't really change, did they? No, they did not. I'm a little confused on my notes. Because the total velocities of all 4 of our engine stages only equal this number here. Which I didn't realize before I tried calculating it all. Maybe the guy that I was watching calculated it in vacuum. I definitely did sea level. But then the total of all these would not be enough to get into orbit. Maybe it was just to get the apoapsis to the 80-kilometer height, and then we would be staging between then. So we'd really be using some of this velocity in vacuum, which is a lot more than we need. We're just going a flyby of MUN. But it should be good enough. We're going to test it out and see what happens. Now, I am going to attempt to put the winglet back on, which still isn't exactly straight in terms of how I want them to be. Just in case we do actually need this later on. They aren't all rotated, right? No, that's definitely straight. Okay. If we notice later on that these winglets are giving us issues at our last stage booster, we will come back and take them off. What we're going to do right now is name this. Now, it is only a flyby. We don't have anything to land on MUN unlocked yet. So what do we want to call this? Because I did not give it a name other than Rocket 4. I could just give it a totally generic name of MUN Flyby. We could call it MUN Mark 1 instead if we change it later on. Like if we go to add that lander later on. We could come back to this rocket and just mess around with the weight ratios. I'm going to call it the Mun Mark 1. We're save it. And we are going to do a test flight to first see if we can get into orbit. Again, I think we don't have enough delta velocity to get into Kerbin orbit. So we're just going to see. I think all the stages are set up correctly in terms of how I want to fly. And what we're going to do immediately is SAS and full throttle for that last engine in the center. We're going to go up. At about 50 meters per second, I'm going to turn slightly right. It's right about now. There's a few degrees. That was a little too far. And then I'm going to turn on prograde marker so that we stay here. It should slowly be turning us. I can't really tell right now. Judging off of this and where that 60-degree line is, we are slightly going down. Now, what I don't like about this is that our heading is 103. So I'm going to try and pull it down a little bit. That's the wrong way. Let's get back on that marker. And just pull this down slightly. Trying to get us on that 90 marker. We are losing control. I'm going to try and do this again before we take off those fins from the fleas. I want to keep our heading at 90 degrees so that we're going east. Okay, we're at 50 meters per second, so if I turn us slightly, our heading should be close to 90. It's a little high. That's the wrong way again. If I go to about here, we should settle around 90. That's close enough, 89 degrees. Prograde is still a little tiny bit too high. I'm trying to pull us down a little bit. We're getting a little bit closer. $91 is close enough for me. We're about to stage our first 4 boosters to break off. Probably be looking at our apoapsis. So we immediately start burning the next 2. And we are actually getting high enough. That's enough of that. We'll burn a little bit more until we get our apoapsis up to 80. And our prograde didn't really change much in terms of us flying upwards. Not entirely sure why this didn't cruise us down a little bit more. So we didn't really burn efficiently. So that's okay, we should be able to get in orbit either way. I'm going to get us positioned where I want us here. It is not... Oh, I'm locked on prograde. I didn't want to be locked on prograde anymore. There we go. Now I have a little bit more control. I rotate the globe just so we can see which way is up. I am watching our height. Just trying to get us perfectly aligned with this, and controls are a little spongy. So, now if we go into M, since we're getting a little bit close to apoapsis, I'm going to be burning until our apoapsis starts cruising away from us. So if I move my finger away from the Space Force so that we don't phase, we need to burn up to a speed of 2,250 meters per second. If I start burning right here, we're going to follow the AP, but we're going to burn until it starts running away from us. Which it is not, so I think I started burning a little too late. So our apoapsis is going to start falling down. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. We will still get in orbit. We are just going to end up burning a little bit more fuel than I wanted to originally. Getting closer to a height. We do have to stage. So I am going to burn a little bit of that extra fuel that we had left in this one, just to get here. Apoapsis did go up more. It's not a complete stable orbit, because we did go down a little bit. Are we going to make an orbit? Okay, it is still climbing. But our apoapsis is so far up. Oh, because the two of them switched. I see what happened here. So what we're going to do is we're going to revert. We're going to try launching this again. Since I 100% believe it was the angle of our ascent that messed up our orbit. We try this one more time. Turn us a little tiny bit early. That shouldn't really do too much to us. If I bring us to right here. When I switch to periapsis, it should start moving us down. But what I want to do is get her heading a little bit closer to 90 degrees. It's a little too far down. That's close enough to 90. Now if I click on prograde, we will follow this prograde vector. And I want to be right here on this middle line at around 10,000 meters. I'm gonna try and push our prograde a little bit faster. Wait, turn us off here. I just keep pulling our prograde. We'll stage to the next one. We still have a decent heading of 90 degrees. I'm going to lock on prograde once again. Alright, it's the last boosters. Apoapsis. Again, I'm going to try to get us at around 80. Is right there. Our marker changed, so we are now in an orbit trajectory. Hopefully this time we burned a little bit more efficiently. Not perfect. And I'm still locked on prograde. I wasn't going for perfectly efficient. Just a little bit more than our previous lease. Okay, rotate us. This should be a little bit below the horizon. Get us up a tiny bit more. Then a tiny bit more. We rotated down a little. I want to be a little bit above the horizon. Right there is pretty much perfect. What I'm going to do this time is burn a little bit further away from apoapsis, because we are slowing down. So, right about now. And I just want to get to a point where the apoapsis isn't traveling away from us, but also isn't getting closer to us. I'm just going to keep doing little burns until we get up to that speed of 2,250 meters per second. There is going to be a point where doing max throttle is going to move this away faster than we catch up to it. So I will at some point be doing smaller burns than full throttle. And all this should be doing is keeping our apoapsis not too far high. Don't want it to jump away. I don't want it to get too far away. So if I start doing a smaller throttle, should be able to do smaller throttle to keep in line with it. And I'm just going to slowly bring down the throttle as this gets further and further away from us. I want to get a little bit closer to it. We can also check down here our T- time to apoapsis. Right now it's at 18 seconds. But I can see that it's traveling away from us now. So now we're going down in our time, but I think we'll reach our speed before we hit it. I'm not too worried. That was our last amount of fuel from that, so I'm going to go back in here, stage, and keep burning. I have to turn up the throttle because our Terrier rocket is a little weaker in terms of push power. I don't know how else to describe that. If I put us back here, we need to burn a little bit more speed. And by the time we get to that perfect number of speed, we should be getting our periapsis pretty high up. Slow down so we get closer to AP. Hopefully that's bringing our peri up higher. A little bit more. A little bit less. Get a little bit closer to our AP. We are still climbing up on our peri. Give it a little bit more so we get that crawling away. Bring it back down. A little bit away. Now I am going to be doing a little bit of a burst so we get our peri up high enough. Now our height here did change. Not sure why our height keeps changing occasionally. So we now have our peri at 75. I'm trying to get a little bit closer to our apoapsis height. Just to try and get a little bit of a closer, perfect orbit. I think 82, 85 is perfect enough. So I just do 0 there. So now we have a relatively circular orbit. It's slightly elliptical. We should be traveling horizontally, which should be in the same orbit as Mun. It's a little bit off. As this line is up a little bit higher, we're a little bit not on the right heading. So we'll have to adjust that later on. And we have a total of 1568 meters per second. Is that enough? That is enough. We needed a total of 1480 to get to Mun and back. We'll get into Mun's orbit and come back. We are in high orbit as far as I know. No, we're in low orbit. High orbit is 200 and some amount. I did write it down somewhere. Low orbit is just above 70 kilometers. High orbit is just above 250 kilometers. So if we do science right now, we shouldn't be getting any extra science. Ah, I see what that says now. Sometimes my own handwriting is not good enough for me to read. Okay, so what we want to do is go from this orbit all the way up here. And what we don't want to do is to just go in line and shoot straight away from the planet, because we'll still be curving away. So I am looking at my notes, and it just says that first maneuver should get us to roughly 10 kilometers to 15 kilometers above Mun as a catch, not as the original orbit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set up a maneuver node here. We are going to change it, so it may not end up starting there. But what I want to do is move our apoapsis to reaching the moon. Now, going from right here, it's not going to move the apoapsis. It should move this point of our orbit, which will then turn into our apoapsis. Now, I do want this open. Click on that. And what I'm going to be doing is using these for fine-tuned moments. But for right now, I know that I need to burn in a prograde. And as you see, our periapsis moved to where this node is, and our apoapsis is on the opposite side of the planet. So in terms of where our apoapsis is, it doesn't really matter where the maneuver starts. As we get closer, we speed up, so I'm trying to just get to a point where we hit Moon's orbital line. Got a little too close, so I'm going to click this a few times. As you see, it gets us to the line. And I think I want to get a little bit closer, but if we notice, if I click on this again, it puts us on the other side. I click this, brings us on this side. This slider here changes how strongly it our little edits change. So if I turn it down, I click a bunch of times, we should see that that line is slowly getting closer to the moon's orbit. And then all I want to do is, well, first turn this up a little bit. I'm going to change it to 1 second. I don't know how easily you guys can read it on screen because I know it's smaller. But that is now set to 1 second. And I'm going to just click these two buttons in the center until we get a gravitational catch from Mun. And we have to keep going to the left because Mun is traveling in this direction. I'm just going to keep going. Small increments. Let's actually turn this up a little bit. Let's go to 2 seconds or 5 seconds. We'll go to 5. At some point, we should be grabbing Mun. There's Mun's gravitational pull. I go a little bit away. We do see our lower orbit changes. So I'm going to try and bring this down a little bit closer to keeping our periapsis in Kerbin's orbit. If I go right there, that's a good first start. But what we're going to do is we're going to focus view on Mun. And if we take a look at this, we can now see our trajectory change from a purple line over here to a purple line over here. So what I'm going to keep doing is grabbing that maneuver node. I don't want to add a maneuver, I want to grab the one that's currently there. No, don't want to. I want to add. Am I unable to grab this maneuver node? Why am I not able to grab it? Because I'm focused on Mun that I can't move this? I should be able to click on it. I know it's not right click. I don't know. We are going to make a second maneuver though. We're gonna get into this orbit, and then in about the halfway point, we're gonna change this so that we actually get caught and get into a better orbit of Mun. So if we go back to this spot, and we click maneuver mode. Is it this one? No. What I'm looking at is over here, actually. So, when we set up our settings for this game, we also added extended burn indicator, which gives us this actual start burn time. So you don't have to do the math between the node and burn time. This is when we start a burn. So if we zoom out, we can actually either go to where this arrow is pointing, or if I click this button, we automatically get put on the maneuver direction. And then I'm going to go to this screen, and I want us to focus on this. And then I'm going to speed up a little bit more, which I think was period and comma. Went a little bit closer. When we get to about 30 seconds, I'll slow us down. Which is right about now. And we go back to here. I also want to turn down thrust limiter. That's a little too slow, I think. Let's go back up. We'll keep it at max speed. There is a Caterpie in chat. No, that's a Weedle. It sounds like a Caterpie, though. So hopefully I can get through this burn before that Pokemon escapes. And if we go back to this spot, we should be seeing that our blue line, our current orbit, is getting closer to this orbit. We have another 20 seconds to go. As we get closer to the end of the burn time, I am going to be throttling down for a more fine-tuned end time. Like right about here, I'm going to start making the seconds last a little bit longer. And cut it here. So, we overshot a tiny bit, not too badly. And then going to figure out how to get rid of this maneuver node by just clicking that check mark. So now, our current orbit is the blue line. It will get to the point where we get caught by the moon's gravitational pull, and then it will be this purple line. What I want to do right about here... Congrats, Gino, you caught Weedle. Unfortunately, I did not have enough time to try and get caught by it. Or to catch it. Now, I am noticing... how much delta V we have. We do have extra. We need a total of 620 delta V. We have 712. So we have about 100 extra. We need about 310 to get into orbit on Mun. Now what I want to do is click here. Focus view, and I want to make this maneuver node get closer to Mun by click on the maneuver. Should see that if I press radial in, it should be getting closer. If I turn this up, that might be worse. So we're focusing on the purple line, getting closer to Mun. And if I right-click on that parry, we'll see the height. I want the height to be between 10 and 15, I think? Yes. 10 to 15 kilometers. Getting closer. That's 15. I'll turn this down a little bit so we do a little bit more of a fine tune. 12 seems perfect enough for me. And then what I want to do is also burn retrograde to try and get our periapsis in here. Or apoapsis, I mean. That's prograde in this term. Now, as you see, as I'm doing a prograde burn, it also brought us our peri down a little far. We're going to have to readjust for that by going radially out. If I just go like this again. It is actually at the point where I can't do this in this one maneuver. So what I'm going to do is turn this back down. We'll get this back to about 12. And then we'll do another maneuver once we get into this point. So this is going to cost us 259 meters per second. This is not the most efficient time to do this. So what I'm going to try and do is move our time a little bit further away, or closer to us. And it doesn't seem like it's changing our speed. Let's go back to where it was. And we will stay here for now. Now I am going to put us back on maneuver. And I'm going to speed up until we get close to the maneuver node. As you notice, the moon is moving with us. Go a little bit faster, it goes a little too fast. If we weren't speeding up, we'd be at a 52-minute wait time. So as we get closer to a minute, I'll slow us down a little bit more than we are now. You know what, let's go a tiny bit faster. We're at 15 minutes now. And as we get to 1 minute, I'm going to turn down the fast forward completely. Which is right there. And then we are going to wait for this burn time. Now, I could probably speed up just a tiny bit. Get us a little bit closer there. And at 30 seconds, turn the speed completely down. Right about there. So now this burn time is only going to be 3 seconds, but we are using a little bit more, or actually less velocity than we would if I did this differently. So we needed a total of 310 to get to Mun at this point, and we are only using 259. So I'm going to start off with a max throttle, and then I'm going to use control to turn down our throttle as we get closer to our end burn time. So right now we're going to start our burn. And if we keep an eye on the yellow line, that is the line that we're going to get equal to this purple line. Turn down our throttle a little bit more. We need more than that. And cut it off here. So now we can get rid of this. And what I'm going to do is put a maneuver node at periapsis. And this is what's going to get us into an orbit. Which you can get a orbit before getting to this point. We just were coming at an angle that I guess wasn't capable of doing that. But anyway, now we can. And we want to burn retrograde. So what I'm going to do is click on this, and we should see that the circle on the left, or on the right, is coming in more. Now this is going a little too slow for me, so I'm going to bring this up to 50 seconds for each click. And at some point, this will turn into an orbit instead of just being a gravitational throw. So there's our first orbit node. We bring this down. Got a periapsis around 12 kilometers. So I'm going to try to put our apoapsis around the same, just to get a good orbit instead of an elliptical orbit. So as we get closer to that number, I will be turning down how much we're changing. So that's about 17. If I go down to 1 second changes, is a little too slow, so let's go to 2 seconds. That's a little bit faster. Now, I can see that our periapsis has changed. So let's see what this goes to. That goes to now 11. So what I think we need to do is change our start time a little bit further away. Or a little bit further in. Periapsis there. So it looks like this may be our highest periapsis, and I do not like that height. So I'm going to burn prograde a little bit here in the maneuver. I think I just do about where they are, where that is. That's good enough. It's 13 by 12. It's not too bad. And we are going to be using, again, less velocity than what we budgeted for. We, again, needed 310 just to do this orbit, and we're only using 296 out of our total of 453. So again, we are going to fast forward until we get to this maneuver node. I'm going to put us on the maneuver, which is pretty much prograde, or retrograde. And we're going to time warp until we get to this point. Now we should see at some point that these two lines connect. If I speed up a tiny bit more, maybe a little bit more than that, and once we connect into this line, we are now in a catch of Kerbin, or a moon. We speed up a little bit more. A little bit more than that. Going a little too slow. Slow down, a little too fast. I'm going to get ready to put us on max throttle, but not right now. Actually, if I switch hands. Let's go a tiny bit faster here. Okay, we're within the last 30 seconds, so we're going to get ready to burn into an orbit of Mun. And again, I'm going to do max throttle and then turn our throttle down as our burn time gets smaller. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle. As we start getting closer to 1 second, I slow us down quite a bit. And we're about where we want to be. So what is our periapsis and our apoapsis right now? We are a little too low on our periapsis. So if I just go to prograde, should be able to turn this up a little bit. Now we are still within our 10 kilometer, 15 kilometer height, but I do not want us that close to 10. That's good enough. 11 by 12. That's even better than I think what we had before. So now we are in full orbit of Mun. Let's take a look at my notes, see if we need to do anything else while we are here. My notes are a little different than what we just did. For some reason, part of my notes say to be between 10 and 15 kilometers. But then the rest of the notes say to be 35 kilometers. Now, our apoapsis and periapsis are not changing, so I know we are not going to crash land. Aside from the numbers not changing, we can just look at this, and none of this touches the planet. So we should be okay with where we are. And I did not write down any notes for what kind of science we're going to be doing. So what I'm going to just focus on is one facing normal here. Because in terms of the sun, that should face the rocket towards the sun at all times. Or the solar panels. So right now, we can't see the sun. We're not going to be getting any extra power. We do not have any antennas, so we're not going to be radioing our science out. But what we can do is crew report right here. This is take a look at a surface of the moon and try to get a good landing space. The inside of the craters seem to be the best option. Ooh, thank you, Jackie Be Good. Welcome in. Contributing another 2,000 to the 12-hour stream. We have now reached the actual 50% mark, right? I think we needed a total of 28,000. I know it says that we reached 50%. Thank you, Jackie, for getting us halfway there. If I log that, we're going to do an EVA. Can a pilot reset the science? I don't think he can. So I'm going to do number 1 so that we get all of our science studies here. We have, what's this, material study? That's the Science Junior. The high radiation environment caused a few of the samples to glow. It looks like it would be fun to paint the rocket with this. Okay. We also did temperature scan. We did an atmospheric pressure scan. The instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum. We also observed the goo. The goo seems to be less dense. Oh, and the other goo. Goo feels to be right at home. So that should have gotten us either the goo science twice, or we get a full bar when we go home. Because it did the goo that's right here, and the goo that's on this side. Now what I want to do is an EVA. We're going to do EVA report. I'm going to grab that. And then what I want to do is go back inside by pressing B. We're going to press 2. So that all the science from this is now in this little box, including our EVA and our crew report, so that when we go back into the atmosphere, we can just chop this entire part of the rocket off and just crash land with that. Now I am going to press 3. Actually, 3 does not close this. I thought it would. That's okay. I'm going to also close this. Oh, right, we did set up 3, but 3 for some reason doesn't work. Because I couldn't even close those doors either. So now, I'm going to turn on SAS again. And put us back on the triangle. We already were there, but this just makes sure that I am there. And we are going to plan our crash land back to our planet. And we have a total of 153 meters per second to get back. Not entirely sure if that's exactly enough. But we're only doing the crash landing. It actually might not be enough. Because I'm noticing now that the last 310 meters per second I wrote down was actually go from Mun to Kerbin. We might have an issue here. Which means that I would have to load one of our saves. And I did not do a quick save while I was out here. The game itself said it was quick saving, so I didn't do one. But what I'm going to try and do is get us back to our planet. If I go here and we burn prograde, bring this up. As I do these clicks, it does show we do not have enough. Okay, so I'm going to press F9. It's either going to go to a quick save that the game automatically did, or it's going to be back to the landing. Actually, we could do revert flight back to landing. I don't know exactly how much velocity we're going to get when we go to the quick save. If I click load save, these all say day 1. This is day 2. I'm not sure what save it would go to, so I think I am actually going to revert flight back to the launch. And then this time we will try to save some extra speed and also do the maneuvers at the correct time, because I should be able to get the maneuver the first time where it actually gets in orbit, and then when we get to the periapsis, we only have to adjust our apoapsis. We can't get home. I'm gonna unfortunately revert back to launch. Unfortunate because we just spent a lot of time getting to this point. But anyway, start burning our fuel. When we get around to 50 meters per second, I start turning a little bit. I'm going to try to keep our heading also at 90 degrees. Now, I'm not entirely sure why, but I don't hear the rockets at all. I'll stop right here and watch our heading. I want it up a little bit more. So let's bring our prograde up a little too much. I just bump us down a tiny bit. We are slightly turning towards where I want to be. So I'm just going to turn us a little bit, try to bring our prograde down to that 90-degree number. I actually have to pull it quite a bit to get here. That's our first stage rockets. Still not getting any noise on our engines. I'm not sure what's going on there. Now that rocket's done. And that should be exactly where I want to be until we get our periapsis up high enough. If I cut off right about here, we're doing a little bit lower orbit. And I'm going to try to get us on the horizontal before we get into that orbit node. Try to get us a little bit above the line. There we go. And we just wait a little bit until we get closer. I could speed up a tiny bit. Let's actually go to this view. And I'm going to turn off that. And again, we're going to chase our apoapsis to try and get a little bit closer to it, but not too fast. If I go to about here, we start burning max throttle. And then just start slowing it down as our apoapsis starts going away from us too fast. It is slowly getting closer to us. So I'm going to keep it like this for a little bit. We are still getting faster, so our periapsis is still getting higher. Our apoapsis is starting to trail away from us, so I'll turn it down just a tiny bit more. Maybe a lot bit more. We're actually at the point where every time I slow down, it's not actually changing much. If I just put us in a trajectory where we're getting closer to it. It's also our angle is affecting it. Oh, we want to burn more. Max throttle? Uh-oh. Oh, we didn't stage. Stage! Okay. It's not too bad. We are going to pass our apoapsis, I think. Maybe not. Never mind. We might actually be doing this a little bit more fuel efficient. Just going to get us up to... Well, I guess I should just be looking at the periapsis at this point. We should notice that as we get to 2250, our apoapsis stops moving. Why not? I'm just going to keep burning a little bit until we get our periapsis up high enough. Just taking a little bit of time here. I just cut off and then burn like this a little bit. We are close to 70, so I could just keep burning. That's good enough. Alright, let's do an autosave here. We're in orbit. We have quite a bit of speed or velocity left. And now we're going to try that node again. And if I want our apoapsis to be about here, let's actually shoot. And straight up from the plan is what I'm trying to talk about. I want our apoapsis to be here, so I'm going to put our maneuver node down here. And if I turn this up, I think I should be able to scroll on this as well, and it should change. It is changing, but very slowly, so I'm going to turn this up more. There we go. A little too far, so let's turn this down. And again, I'm going to try to get this being exactly on that orbit line. That's pretty dang close. So now I'm going to change the time until we reach Mun's orbit. So there's one. If I go a little bit further, if I look at Mun now, that meant that I couldn't see the maneuver node afterwards for some reason. So if I just keep looking at the green line, maybe we can get the green line a little bit closer. There's the purple line. That purple line is not showing up over here, so I do think I need to change something. And it's pretty much going to use our velocity that we dedicated to getting to Mun. So I think this is more the most efficient way of getting there. And then instead of putting a maneuver node here, we'll wait until we get here and then just do our orbit burn. So, I'm going to save this. I'm going to go back to this screen. Actually, we don't have to be in this screen. We should probably be in the other one. Until we get to the maneuver node. So I'm going to click this button. This should get us within a minute of it. And then all we have to do is focus on the burn. And then I'm not going to save until we are in orbit on Moon. That's our burn time now. We have to burn for about a minute. We are at max throttle. I just speed up a tiny... We cannot speed up while under acceleration. So we unfortunately have to wait this entire 30 seconds left. And then as we get closer, as before, I will start throttling down. We should see that our orbit gets to pretty much that point. I'm not really going to be focused on that. I'm going to be focused on the burn time at the bottom. So I want to try and keep it at 1 second as much as I can. And that's it. So now we should be in a trajectory that gets us to Mun. So I'm going to get rid of this. We are going to focus on this. We are a little bit too high. And by a little bit, I mean we are a lot high. So I think I am going to need another orbit node. Or we could just do an orbit this high and have our apoapsis reach the orbit height that we want to save speed. So we're going to test this first. So I'm going to speed up until we get here. This way when we do our quick load. Okay, now we're in Mun's orbit. If I turn this down all the way, add a maneuver here. We're going to be burning in the retrograde. A little bit faster than that, please. So that we get an orbit around Mun. Now, it did just switch our parry to being over there, which is fine. All we're focusing on is the height of that. Now, that is using a lot of our velocity. So we definitely did not do this correctly on our first trajectory. Let's test this to see if we can get home afterwards. We'll leave it like this. I am just going to get us closer to our time. I'm only focusing on our burn start. So we're about 20 seconds in. Or to our burn, I mean. 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start our burn. Just like before, we'll do max throttle until we get to the point where our burn time is slowing down. Oh, we're not facing the node. Okay, we're gonna do a quick start. We should still be in orbit. I wasn't pointing at the correct spot, that's why it didn't work out. So now what I want to know is, why am I not able to move the maneuver when focused on Mun? When I focus on view, focus view on map. I, for some reason, couldn't click on this. But now all of a sudden I can. Okay, we'll do it this way then. So again, I'm gonna look at this, see which direction the apoapsis is going to change to. It is going to put the apoapsis in the direction of this blue icon. We're going to do a prograde burn. So again, that is very far out of Moon's orbit. Bring this down. This up, bring it down again. Pretty far down. Now it's a little bit easier to see how close we are to Moon's orbit. And I'm just going to do a little bit retrograde. Seen this before. Okay. Now we are in a trajectory that would hit Mun if Mun was there. Then I think we need to go to the right more. Maybe not. Okay, there is Mun. Now I should be able, with this angle, bring our Perry very close. This is what I was trying to do the first trip that we tried taking out of here. Which saves on our velocity. Later on. Not right now, but later on. Again, I'm going to try between 10 and 15. I'm getting pretty close to 15, so if I turn this down to 50 seconds... That is pretty spot on. That is where we want to be. So, all we have to do is do the maneuver. I'm going to point us in the correct direction this time. And this is probably our best angle, so we are going to save the moment we get into this trajectory. If I just fast forward to the point where we're about a minute out from the maneuver. I'm then going to speed up a little bit to where we get to that burn time. Four, three, two, one. Full throttle. We have about a 50-second burn, just like the last time. That's just not too bad. And as we continue to burn, you'll see that the apoapsis is getting up here faster. And I'm just going to focus on slowing down as the time gets closer. We're at 14 seconds now. 10 seconds left of the burn. 5 seconds, I'm going to start slowing down. Slow down quite a bit, actually. 5, 4... Back to 5 seconds again. This should be the slowest speed I can go. And I'm going to stop right there. We should be a tiny bit higher. That's actually a little too high. So if I just do a little tiny bit more. That is pretty spot on. It's a little bit different. Doesn't have to be exact, but I wanted it to be pretty close to this marker. So that's why I started burning a little bit more longer. So now we are going to wait until we get into this orbit line, and then we're going to set up the next maneuver. Because right now we're still on this trajectory. We have to get to this point before we're caught in this trajectory. Even though right now we are technically that. So I'm going to speed up. We could probably just click on this. Don't want that. I don't want that. I don't know what this is. I don't want this. Oh, it's turn on alarm. I don't want an alarm. I want it to warp here. I right click. Nope. I'm just going to click that. Now I'm going to warp all the way over here. It should be a few seconds away from us hitting this. I'm going to just speed up a little tiny bit until we get caught, because we are moments away. At some point, this is going to cut off that triangle. There we go. Turn this down to slow speed. Now we're going to do our orbit burn. And if I do it correctly this time, well, first, actually, we want to do a quick save. Because this is our best orbit so far to get here, our best trajectory. Welcome in, Regus. This is one. We are doing a flyby, so right now we're going to work into getting a orbit. We're going to do some science, and then we're going to do a crash land back to Kerbin. As we see on the bottom of the screen, that is a velocity map. So this, you're actually coming in at our best trajectory getting here so far. I messed up on our first 2 runs. This is our 3rd try. And I'm just reading my notes. Now it says, for 3rd maneuver, at the front of Moon's orbit, which is right here. Or no, it should be up here. Burn prograde. To burn reverse of Moon's direction. Keep burning until parry around 35 kilometers. Why do I want to do that instead of just doing an orbit? I don't remember why I put that 3rd maneuver in here. So we're going to ignore that entire maneuver I just said out loud. We're just going to put this in an orbit of around our 10 to 15 kilometer high. So if I do retrograde here, I think I need to turn this up so we can see it actually changing. Let's do the scroll wheel instead of clicking. Notes, graphs, and charts. Correct. I am at that point, Regus. I don't know if it's sad to say or if this is what you've been waiting for. I want parry to be on the screen at all times. Which it is now. Okay. And then I want to keep bringing this down. There is going to be a point where the apoapsis and the periapsis might switch or start rotating around the globe. But what I'm going to try and do is get the 2 of those numbers as close to identical as I can. You can see that they're starting to rotate. Okay, at this point, they are both within our lowest point of 10 kilometers and our highest point of 15. I'm going to do one more click at a lower degree. Actually, a few more clicks, because I turned that down quite a bit. I want to get closer to 14 at the top. That's good enough. So now that trajectory should be a little bit less than what we saved. That's actually burning 9 meters per second less. Or rounded to that if you get rid of the decimal. So after that, we should have more than enough to get back to Kerbin as a crash land. So, we're going to warp to this. But before that, I'm going to put us on the maneuver so I don't forget to do that later. We should see us coming in now. Yes, we do. And then I'm going to speed us up until, our usual start burn time gets closer. We are now at 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle. And as we get closer to 5 seconds, I'm going to be turning down the throttle. It's right about there. I'm going to just keep tapping. We're going to keep that time as close to 5 seconds as I can. Until we get super low in our speed, or in our throttle. Right about there is the lowest I can put this. Cut it off right there. That's our orbit. So if we take a look at this, that's 14. And this is 12.7. And the reason why I brought the maneuver apoapsis down so far to close to 14, because I knew that this wasn't going to be the exact same number. So if we had it up to like 14.7 meters or kilometers, this would have been probably past 15. I didn't want that. So we can actually get rid of this. And we have 328 meters per second left to get us from Mun into a crash land of Kerbal. So I am going to save here because that's the perfect amount for us. And now we're going to go back to our rocket. I'm going to put this on the normal angle, which means that our solar panels are facing the sun. If we do the anti-normal, it just rotates the space shuttle upside down in terms of how we're looking at it. But it does the same thing. I also didn't explain what radial out and radial in does. If we take a look at this, now I'm going to just go to Stability Assist, and I go to that icon. Radial out is facing directly up from the celestial body's surface. So we are facing away from Mun, going straight up. If we go to radial in, we face straight at whatever body we're surrounded. Or surrounding. Anyway, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to press 1 to do all the sciences. We already know what these are going to say. I'm just going to click through them because we already read them last time. We're going to do a crew report. I am going to close these. We're going to do an EVA. There's a deerling in chat if anyone wants a deer that changes its look for each season. So there are 4 different deerling, and there's also 4 of its evolution. I think it has a split evolution too, so the females look different than the males. But both the female and the male of its evolution have 4 different looks for each season. Or to follow the seasons, I mean. It's a cool Pokemon. It's got a cool mechanic. Now I'm going to press 2 so that all of our science is up in here, because, explain again for anyone that just recently came in, specifically Rius, we put a decoupler right here, so we are going to be breaking off this entire section and only crash landing with this portion. So, now that we did our science, we are going to take our crash landing trajectory back to Kerbal. Now I'm going to put the maneuver here because that seems roughly facing our planet. You're a real spaceman now? I try. And I'm pretty sure I need to burn prograde to get back home. If I turn this up quite a bit and I just click on this, we are aiming for not whatever this is. I think this is high Kerbin orbit. No, that's something else. I have no idea what that is. But what I can do is change our timing of our orbit. Not entirely sure what happened here. I should be able to turn this up, and then at some point it would be a crash land to Kerbin. Maybe that's what the 4th maneuver was. To put our periapsis at the 35-kilometer mark, and then we do this. We don't have much extra velocity, though. Would radial out or in help us in any way? Changes the angle that we're rotated. That's not what I really want. I'm trying to get that orange marker to face Kerbin, I mean. Because I think if we just follow that trajectory, we would hit Kerbin. What if we change this to the periapsis? No, that wouldn't work. What about going further into Mun's orbit? So if I go here, and then we burn this way. That is a lot of extra stuff, so we were definitely not doing it right. I really don't know what I'm doing wrong. That was a little too little. This saves us a little bit of velocity so that I could do a correction when we get to this point. What I think I'm going to do is just that. It looks like it's angled at Kerbin. But I also have a feeling that we are going to end up at this point going into this orbit. So I think I want that purple orbit to go into Kerbin. Can I accomplish that? If I go a little bit that way and then we'd start doing a prograde. Doesn't seem like I can accomplish that. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is put our periapsis where I put the note, but I'm also going to want it pointed near Kerbin. So all we're going to try and do is put that at 35 kilometers. Because there has to be a reason why I placed that as part of our maneuver. Now, it did change where the periapsis is. I'm just going to get us to that point and then move the node time. If I just go like this. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to save right here. Because we still have a good orbit around Mun. We did the science. We collected the science. If we mess up at this point, we go back to being orbit around Mun. And now, we are past the orbit. Start time. I'm not entirely sure how to know where to start the burn, since I think what I'm going to do is just get rid of this maneuver and then add another one in that spot. Because that should reset the time to being a positive. Grab you. You're pretty close to where we actually want it. I'm going to turn it down a little bit though. And now the apoapsis is in a different spot somehow. Get you closer to that spot. Okay. We're going to do it there. Now, it says 41 minutes, so it's going to do almost a full orbit to come back to that spot. That's fine. And then we only need a little bit of velocity to get to that orbit. Right. Oh, I forgot that we're moving around Kerbin, so that apoapsis isn't where I want it. Should have put it a little bit to the right. If I stop us and move it over a little bit more. Thank you, Regus, for the hydrate. I will do it in just a moment. I'm going to go to about... I think that's a better time. Okay. Cheers, Regus. We're going to get ready to do a slight burn. I didn't press burn. Why isn't the throttle going up? Oh, we're on the dark side of the moon. We have no connection to Kerbin. Nothing happens when you can't connect to Kerbin. As you can see here, it says not connected. So we are going to want to do something about this in connection with Kerbin. So I guess our best time to do it would be here. We are going to get rid of this one. And that one as well. Alright, let's do this all over again. I just want you open there. Close enough. Let's warp to that maneuver. I'm also going to put us in the maneuver point when we get done fast traveling. Can't change the direction of your craft while fast traveling. Okay. It's still only 0.6 seconds. So it's not too much more. I'm going to speed us up a little bit. And we slow down right by here. And that should have brought us up to about the same spot. If I get rid of this, we're a little bit low, so I could burn a tiny bit more. Now, does this help me get to Kerbin in some way? Why did I write this down? Mine is going this way. And then I wrote down the words put maneuver at Mun front orbit. So I'm guessing I meant right here. Well, then that puts us at the 75 marker. What I'm going to assume is that I want to be near the apoapsis when we try to do this. And it's always prograde to get back home. Let's change this up to being a little bit higher. Okay, so if we turn this down, maybe that purple circle will hit Kerbal. Can I have this? If I do radio out and in, where does that put us? Getting us a little bit closer. Okay, we're getting it right this time. I just want that parry to be... 35 sounds good. Well, we're definitely below the atmosphere of Kerbin, and that should slow us down enough. So... this is our trajectory. At some point, this icon's going to be... oh, way over here. If you see when I hover over it, there's an orange dot on the right side of the purple orbit. So at some point, we'll be going out like this, compared to Mun, and then we'll be starting here and going in this orbit. So... this says I don't have enough to get to that point, because it's a red icon. We do have a little bit less than that, so if I do radial out, what is our height when I get to the good part? Still not good enough there because it's 0.7. If I put us right here, and then we change the time, it doesn't change velocity needed. And that, I think, just put us into a steeper crush land orbit. It's so close that it's not counting as being above the atmosphere. So what I'm going to do is try to put us out a little bit more. I do a little bit of no, we want retrograde. This is actually giving us more leftover fuel. Down a little bit. Get us down to 35. That's the wrong way. Using the scroll wheel on my mouse to try and get close to 35,000. So is this the most efficient? I mean, we have a little bit more. Everything is red. So we are going to do this orbit. Or this trajectory. So I'm going to put us in a maneuver. Once we stop moving, I'm going to fast forward to the maneuver node. As you can see, the purple icon is moving. And then we have a 14-second burn at max throttle, so we are going to start off at max throttle. Here's where I slow down. 4, 3, 2, 1, full throttle. As we get closer, I obviously turn down the throttle. Trying to stay at one number in terms of seconds. That's pretty close to almost nothing there in terms of throttle. So right here should be a close enough trajectory to get us into Kerbin's atmosphere. It might be a little off. I can't really tell. I see two different colors here, so this is definitely not 100% aligned. But it should still be low enough over here. I'm guessing the orange is our projected periapsis. So if I burn a tiny bit more in this direction... it actually brought us out. I put us back on the maneuver node. And do a slight burn this way. I was noticing that there is a dotted line here, which is now below the orange line, so that's where I actually want to be. We did a little correction, used up the rest of the fuel we had. So we have no more fuel to burn. We could probably stage now. let's take a look at this instead. I want to put us in normal so that we are always facing the sun in a way that the satellite or the solar panels reach it. Then I'm just going to fast forward. Actually, let's go in this so that we can see where we're going. So when we get to this point, it should be reaching this point over here. Pretty much where the darker line starts. Speed up a little bit faster. Slow down right about here. We should be now, in terms of this orbit, falling to Kerbin. We should be going this way now. So, that's our apoapsis. We don't care about that. We care about the periapsis, which is 43 meters high. Which isn't too bad, honestly. So I'm going to speed up until we get closer to Kerbin. And then when we get into here, we're going to burn retrograde to bring that down a little bit more. Actually, no, we should have done that at the apoapsis. Never mind. We should be now in the atmosphere. We are not just yet. We probably are close enough that I could stage. So if I go prograde, break off that, and then we stay in the retrograde orientation. I'm going to time warp. We're now within the atmosphere, so we should be slowing down and falling. Ooh. Don't know what that was about. I know it's just we're going too fast in our speeding up. Now we have a heat shield, so we shouldn't get too hot. And with breaking off the last rocket, we did automatically stage our parachute. So once we reach the terms that we set for it, it will turn on. Don't mess up now, Deb. Yeah, definitely don't mess up, because I do not want to reset back to Mun. What is that? Is that just a single tree? Or is that a little tiny lake? Now, something that I didn't set up was... That is a little lake, wow. We did not bring enough science stuff with us to get science for all of the different biomes on Mun. So we are going to take another rocket at some point up there. That is our engine that we just staged off, falling down. And I think I want to actually warp us up faster, because we shouldn't be getting any heat damage from this. Our heat shield is getting hotter itself, but it should be fine. And then as we get closer to the time... Why are we going up? Huh? Are we... What? Was I not low enough? Guys, I think I wasn't low enough. So we might actually have to reset to Mun, because I think this needs to be at 35 for us to be captured enough by the gravity. I think 41 kilometers is too high. I'm going to speed up time. Oh, this is as fast as we can go. I guess until we reach 70 kilometers. No, we are at 70 kilometers. We are still slowing down, but we gained enough speed somehow to climb up, and I can't space warp any faster than this. What I can probably do... click over here and warp here. It's not warping any faster. So, I'm sorry guys, we're going to be stuck here. That does not say it's going to take us 46 minutes, does it? No, the time's definitely going down faster than 46 minutes. If we weren't speeding up at all, it would take us 51 minutes to reach this periapsis again. And I just want to make sure that when we get to the periapsis again, that we leave the atmosphere before I reset. What I should actually do is come over here and add the warp there. And then we're probably getting slower as we're leaving the gravity. What do you guys think? I'll go off a chat. Is 42 kilometers too high, in meaning that we are going to always leave the atmosphere? Or is it good enough and I shouldn't reset the time? You don't remember? I know a few people in chat have told me previously that 35 kilometers is a good atmosphere catch. And the YouTube video that I watched also said to be around 35. But I don't know if 42 kilometers is too high for sure. Or if at some point I will slow down enough that I will get captured. Because on one hand, I do want to wait this time out, but on the other hand, I don't want to make you guys wait. Because I can't warp faster than what we are already at. I'm going to check something in here. Where is all of our science? Normally this would say that it has science in it. Did we not put the science in here? Alright, we're going to reset. Just to make sure I have that. I guess I need to do / to cancel our time warp. I know I pressed the button. See, now it says 5. Okay, so maybe after we staged, it was not able to be looked at. Alright, for some reason we have a maneuver node. Oh, is this when we're getting to the 35 kilometer mark? It is. And it was before we updated the time. So let's put that maneuver here. Now I can also look here, I forgot to see our periapsis. So I'm looking at the numbers instead of doing it the same way we did last time. So that is the height that we want. Are the science tubes on the final stage? They are part of the rocket on the final stage, but there's no stage to collect them. We just we have them connected. Okay, let's fast forward to this point. Now it is a 0.7 second burn at max throttle. If I just don't do this one, can I find that magical sweet spot that gets us in the orbit we want? I'm going to attempt to get into our orbit. Am I going the wrong way? No, I'm going the right way. It's just slow. There's our purple orbit. We obviously don't want it that large. I changed this. Just trying to see where the purple orbit pops up and what we can do to change it. That should be changing the angle. I don't think we need to change the. Maybe I should do this by setting this as a target first. I'm not able to set that as a target. I guess not. I think we do need that extra atmosphere thing. Closest I can get used. If I change time. No, it definitely looks like we need that height first. Okay, so let's get our apoapsis up to that 35-kilometer spot that I wrote down. Okay, this should put it a little bit above 35, that's fine. We are going to do this burn. It's again a 0.7 second burn, so I'm not going to do max throttle. I'm going to do a little bit of throttle. We slow down to right about here. For some reason our burn time... Oh, we're not doing the maneuver. We weren't facing the maneuver. Forgot that again. That's okay. We can change it. That should have put our apoapsis. We need a tiny bit more. If we do not have enough fuel after that mishap, I'll reset again. Now I think I need to be up here more. Oh, didn't they say before to be here? If I try burning here... This is going a little too slow. Okay, there's that. If I go in, there is a point where the periapsis does not reach the globe. And this is rotating it as well. I think we need to go back in time a little bit. That was forward. Keep that up. Got about 1,000,000 meters. We're getting closer, but there is going to be a point where it starts going up. This is also a lot of burn time. A lot of extra velocity we don't have. If I bring the maneuver to our apoapsis, that'll be the highest point away from the Mun. Change this again, so I want to go radially in. Okay, this is promising. That's 30 meters right there. This looks decent enough to try, but the burn time is so large. I'm gonna get the burn time down, and then we'll look at the sphere again. That is the point that we have enough fuel. I don't think we can get back. Because the moment I move either radial out... No, this can actually be moved in a little bit. Oh! I think I found it! That's pretty much all of our speed. We found the orbit again. Okay. Whew. Make sure the science is in there. It is in there. I'm going to make sure to put us on the maneuver node before we get to that burn time. And now we are going to just fast forward to this point. This does look almost identical to how we had our last orbit set up. So Rigus, you didn't miss anything. We're back to where we were before you came in. Now it is a 13-second burn, so I am... Oh, it's going to do an orbit around the globe first. I am going to do a max throttle burn at first, and then just slow us down over time. Start slowing us down here. We have to slow down before we get to the burn because we can't change our angle of the rocket while fast forwarding. Go a tiny bit faster. Okay, here we go. Max throttle. We're at 5 seconds, so I'm going to start slowing down quite a bit. On our throttle, I mean. And then I want to be looking at our line here. Actually, if we just cut off here, I think we're guaranteed to crash land at some point. So if we just check that, I'm going to fast forward until we get into this orbit. At that point, we could check our periapsis. It is in the negative, so we are definitely... That can't be right. Oh, that's million meters. That is right. Okay. Alright, so we are definitely going to crash land at some point. Now, this might be an angle that's too big. No, if... Whoa! We got a little too close there. I am going to go... prograde. Break this off now, then go retrograde. Then we are going to speed up. We're not in orbit just yet, but right about now we are. Or in the atmosphere, I mean. The engine should be behind us right there, following us in. Since we have a heat shield, I'm not too worried about us burning up. We are in the final stage. So we just have to worry about how fast we're climbing down. Ooh, we are getting heat damage on that heat shield. There goes the engine. I think this is good. We came in a little too hot. I would have liked to not have that heat damage bar pop up, but we did better this time. We are doing a perfect landing now. I'm just going to fast forward. The parachute will drop out at around 2,000 meters. Right about now. And now we just do our slow descent down to the planet. But I could have put that closer to 1,000 meters. I don't know what that explosion noises were. I want to slow us down so we don't go too fast in here. And now, we recovered a vessel. I did write down how much science we need for the next science that we are trying to do. We are now on what I wrote down for the 4th science unlocks. We need a total of 540 science to do all the unlocks at one time, is what I've been trying to shoot for. So, if we do not get that science, we are going to take another moon flyby trip. All I have to worry about is the icon that's up here. Ooh, that is not enough. That is very far from enough. So what did I do differently this time than compared to last time? I guess we didn't do enough science in like the different biomes, but we didn't have a scientist, so I couldn't use SAS to get there. I don't think I have the crew module unlocked. Put a second crew person with us. Just gonna check around and see if we do have that. Oh, we do. We could probably put a crew cabin and bring a scientist with us so that we can reset the science and still have SAS. Let's see if we can do that. It wasn't part of my notes before, so I'm definitely doing something differently than I did the last time. Mon Mark 1 for sure. What I want to do is... We're going to need the crew cabin below the heat shield, or above the heat shield, I mean. We need to take this off. Don't remember where cabin is. Here it is. And then how's our Delta V doing? We're probably going to need to raise our thrusters. I want to stay away from using these. If I save this as Mark II, and we load the last save, how much did I have on the last one? 3197. On this one we have 2930. So let's change these up a little bit. Oh, that's only changing the weight. I had this set to. Somewhere close to 1.3 or TWR. Right about there. Why are these so low? Oh, I didn't mean to take that off. You are not max throttle anymore. $226 is a little too much. What if I go to like 95? Both. A little too high. If I go to 93? 90. I will go to 89. Maybe that'll be good enough. Too exact. If I click on you, there's no way to make you do better TWR. This might be good enough for the Mark II to get up with that extra weight. So what I'm gonna do is take a quick break, so I need to use the restroom, and have a little snack like usual. And we will be right back to fly this around Mun and hopefully get a bunch more science while we're orbiting Mun. We already know how much we need to get back. Oh wait, we didn't change the velocity yet. We went around the same velocity as we had last time. All of this should be on... Why is it on altitude? I guess it's the same thing. Altitude 0, sea level. So maybe I go back to having 6 of these symmetrically. What I could do is break off 2 more of these thumpers. That would probably give us a little bit more velocity, because if they're on different stages and we break them off 2 at a time instead of 4 and then 2, we should be able to get a little bit more velocity going up. But I really need to use the restroom, so I will be back in a little bit. And we're back. So let's get this thing in the air, see if it actually goes. Or do we want to... we wanted to change the things on the things. I don't know where else I was going with that. So if I right-click, remove symmetry, and remove symmetry, remove... Should be able to now orientate these in a way that we get 2 breaking off at the same time. Which should end up giving us a little bit more. So I want these 2 breaking off. And then these 2 after, but with the decouplers for this, which I think are these 2. I go like this might make it more understanding for me. Yep, I do want these for that. And then these 2 are the small ones. They get the decouplers for the next ones. This is that. This did give us a little bit more. So what I'm thinking of is taking these out and putting these on. I can't really tell if it's on the decoupler, so I'm going to place it down and move it up. That one definitely is. It's going to give us a lot more velocity than we need, but it might actually help us later on. It'll mean that we take the last swivel rocket a little bit further. So if I bring you up about there. Same with this guy. They should be all around the same height. It's obviously going to need this. I don't want to move it, or like that. I want to take it off. Place it back on. Same thing with this guy. Luckily, these all snap off when the rockets snap off. Okay, and where everything is situated, it should fall outwards because the couplers are at the bottom. So all the weight's going to be on top. As they fall out, it's going to topple over this way, I hope. And then we have all the fins that we probably don't need. Alright, let's save this as Mark II. Because we have quite a bit more velocity than we did the last time. Only... I need to fix the rockets here. You need to come up here. Then it's these two. Which two are this? I want you up here, and you up here. Why did these two separate? They should have stayed together. Oh, wait, no, those are the two that I took symmetry off. It's these two that have symmetry. Okay. If we save that one more time, since now all the engines are in the right order. Let's see if we can take it up into space. I 100% assume we're going to lose control the moment two of these things come off. Because of how many wings we have. I am not entirely sure. But anyway. We not have enough thrust to get up? Wow. Okay, let's revert that goal. Because I did not pay attention to the TWR for all of these. I didn't mean to revert to launch, I meant to revert to vehicle assembly. Oh yeah, it definitely doesn't have enough. That's why I had it written off as 4 together. Okay, well this one doesn't have a lot. We do still have a lot of velocity though. Actually, that's pretty close to what I'm told I'm supposed to have. It's only, what, like 15 less? So maybe this orientation is better. Let's try this. I also have that weird tapping noise from my headphones, so maybe it's a headphone connection thing compared to the game. Talked about it before, like right now I can hear it. You guys couldn't. And I do not hear the engines at all right now. We are, for some reason, leaning to the left. I'm gonna try to pull our prograde to the right. Try and keep it centered. Looks like we're a little left heavy. Let's go a little bit more right. Our heading is a little too high, so I'm going to try to put it down a little bit. That might have been a little too much. Yes, it was. Okay, that's the first 4 rockets. Where are we going? Alright, so we were doing good. It just seems a little heavy to one side. And I need to make sure that we're on prograde once we start the switch. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, I can't hear the engines at all right now. I'm just trying to bring our prograde over. That should be good. Our heading is a little too high. Trying to fight the prograde, but it's really pulling down. The moment I let off turning left, it pulls us down. Trying to keep us where I want to be. Are we also spinning? I don't know if this is going to make it up. I forgot to lock on prograde again. Well, what I realized first is I did not put a scientist in the crew pad. I just put Bob in there. Do it one more time with extra crew in it. I think I know what's going on. I think we need these. Don't want them that high. I want them on this. So I guess we actually want... to just do one at a time. We don't have to worry about money, so it doesn't matter how high this holds it up. Okay, hopefully this makes it more of a stable launch. I didn't check what stage those were on. Okay, they're on a good stage. We should go straight up this time. We are. We just fall down a little bit first. Can I pull us a little to the right, please? A little bit more. Not too much. A prograde starts pulling us downwards. Here's that thing where it's starting to pull me down too far. We're going to be a little bit wobbly for a little bit. Try to pull us back down to that 90-degree heading. Okay, we're about to run out of fuel, so if I lock on prograde and then start again. Where are we going? What is going on here? It might be the extra fins. What two are the last two? This one, I think? Yes. Let's see if this makes it a little bit more stable. We are going to drop a little bit before we take off. Now we're going a little bit more straight. Okay, we had too many fins. I think someone said that earlier, that we might have too many. Do you guys hear the engines working? Because I don't hear any noise from the engine, just a rumbling of wind. We're about at the speed that I want to be at before we start turning, so I'm going to start turning now. We are going a little out of the orbit I want to be in, though. Alright, we're doing better this time. Lock prograde before we stage off. Now we're doing a little bit more stable. And we're actually getting pretty close to 10 kilometers before we reach 45 degrees. So this might be our most efficient way of getting to Kerbin orbit so far. What's our apoapsis? That's something I should be focusing on. I feel like we're not getting high enough. Like I shouldn't still be going down. Like I should have stayed at 45 degrees. I'm not too happy about that. We're gonna try that again. But we do have more better control now. How far down do we go before it takes off? Not that far. Okay. I am going to try my other headphones because I want to hear what's going on. I still don't hear the game at all now. This is weird. Trying to get us in the right spot. Could be relatively good. We are burning through our supply though. But this time I'm not going to stay on prograde. But I am going to push our prograde to the 45 degree. So if we're able to stay right about here and not keep falling, this should be good. Why are we going the wrong way? What the heck happened there? Maybe we do need to be on prograde and I just keep pulling it to the left. I have no idea. I had more control on the last rocket, but I don't think I had enough speed after adding this on. Trying to bring prograde up more. Degree point. That is pretty close. Okay, so I am going to lock on prograde now. Phase out, and then I'm just going to pull left when we get too far. Actually, if I push us a little bit closer to the 45 degree. Why do we lose control the moment we get out of prograde? Now we have no wings. I need to get rid of all the wings. And I have to do this one at a time now. Alright, if I put a winglet facing directly out this way, and then also facing directly out this way. Not on that. It may not be centered. I'm hoping that it will hold rocket better. I'm also going to try and get these at the same height. Okay, now the rocket's not going to fall down. See if these fins help us. If not, I might try and take the Mark 1 with a scientist to the moon. It's going to be a lot of micromanaging. I'm not looking forward to that. Think we're doing better right now? We have one of the wings on the booster that's left from the next stage. I thought I had them on the right ones. Be an issue later on. Anyway. Get our prograde started. I'm just gonna lock onto it now. Let's see where we go. We're about to lose one of our fins, but we still have that other fin, which I think is going to pull us that direction. Yeah, it is, in a way. Making us roll. Okay. Let's move one of those fins. I don't know which one it is. This fin. You go here. Let's see if this flies straight. I have a feeling that the fins being on different sides, different boosters, isn't going to work well. They were pulling quite hard to the right. A good way, though. I just slowly follow prograde and then switch to it before we stage. Might be better off. If I were to grab prograde in about 2 seconds. And I lose control. We're gonna see how difficult it is to drive with SAS up to the moon. We are getting close to our 4-hour mark. Wait, I do have SAS? I am confused now. Doing alright on our angle. Do want it down a tiny bit though. We are slowly following the prograde marker. Which I think I actually want to push further down. Oh, that made me lose control a little bit. I don't understand why this rocket was more stable than the other one. All I did was add that crew box to the top of it. We're doing better, though. We're getting up to that perfect spot at 10 kilometers. We're a little bit too high on our angle, but that should be fine. Our apoapsis is higher up. And burn off those. Oh, I wanted wings on these. I thought I didn't want wings on them. Okay. And they're already burned. And 80 kilometers. Horizon. And we'll get close to this. And what I could do jokingly is to add a maneuver. Just burn prograde on this. Going the wrong way. Just for it to tell me how long to burn. But then the apoapsis goes up to like 313. Definitely don't want to do that. I was just curious to see what it would do. Alright, now is when I start doing that burn. To get us chasing the apoapsis, but also getting closer to it. Alright, now I'm going full throttle. I don't think I'm making orbit. I think we're going past this. Maybe we're going fast enough? Wow, we got very close to it. Why is our parry not going up at all? What is going? What? We're out of fuel. That's why. I wasn't paying attention to staging. We're not gonna fix that now. Go back to this and pay attention. Still have Bob. This is probably getting annoying every time that I restart. I'm sorry about that. How easily can I get this to go to 90 degrees instead of 92? About that easy. Look at that. Now if I just put us on parity, or prograde, I mean. We're about to stage our first boosters to shake off. It's the next boosters. And that's about 81 kilometers. Pull up a little bit. And then... Oh, keep going up. You know what I could do instead of going into this view to look? I could just focus on this time. We should be getting the music for being in space soon. Now what I'm gonna do is start burning, trying to keep that time around 10 seconds. I think 10 seconds might have been too quick. I think we're past parry now. This is... I did it very... Why did I go here? That's not where I went. I did it very quickly and very easily the first time. And now I switch from Jebediah to Bob, and I'm having issues. I just don't think that we need... This is going to be our last attempt. If we don't get into an orbit or 2 mun, we are going to raid out. Not as a rage quit, but just a general stopping point because we're close to 4 hours. Okay, that seems like a good spot. We are fairly high up compared to previous boots. And by that I mean the apoapsis here. So we only need to burn this specific rocket for a little bit. Look at that. Try to get us on the horizon like usual. A little bit of rotate. A little bit more up. Okay. And instead of doing it the other way, I am going to look at this. It's a little bit closer. Our app has actually dropped a little bit. Okay, right about here. I am going to start burning. And finding the sweet spot. I am getting closer on purpose. Okay, now we should be at a good equilibrium. This should start crawling away from us in a little bit. Just see that this turns from a 7 to an 8. Okay, I can visually see that it's moving away. We're still within that 7-second mark, though. Oh, why did we just randomly get super close to it? Oh, our stage. We're just gonna go from here. Looks like we're fighting it. We're not too far out. I'm getting that orbit. Just want to be closer to the apoapsis so it doesn't go up too high. Compared to our periapsis. We are in a stable orbit right now. I'm just trying to get them a little bit closer to perfect. I think that's good enough. Alright. Quick save. Where is Mun? Over there. Let's see how we can do. Going in. That is definitely not the direction I want to be going, but it's still the same. That apparently would reach Mun. I'm gonna try fine-tune it. That's pretty close. Can I make this earlier and still reach Mun? If we bring it down a little bit. That... It's pretty close. I might be able to fine-tune it even more and get even closer to Mun. This purple dot will be where Mun is when we reach this point. I'll bring this down a little bit. This looks like a timing issue, not prograde retrograde. Are we getting closer? I don't think we are. Hard to tell if we're getting closer because the moon is moving. Oh, this went all the way down. How close does that get? That went farther. That's pretty close. If anything, that's actually too close. My focus of view. Why does it get rid of the maneuver? I'm not able to grab the maneuver. Great. Alright, let's try this again then. All focused on Mun. They're getting pretty good. Not too far. I want this to go the other direction. That's the correct direction. What is area? 49 meters? We could probably get closer than that. Too slow. Still a little too slow. We go for 13. That's a decent spacing around. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. I now want to get to the maneuver node and then fast travel. This will get us between a minute or close to a minute. And it's about a minute burn at full throttle. Four, 3, 2, 1. Full throttle. I wonder where it would take us if we just kept going. We used the moon as a ricochet or slingshot. I didn't check how much velocity we were using. Need to make sure that when we get to orbit, We need to have 310 left over. If I zoom in, we should be the orange line. And I'm so close to 0 speed, or 0 throttle. I can barely see that we're moving, and our curve started to go a little bit wrong. So, we will correct this later on. We'll have a high point of around 24 and a low point where we're trying to be. Actually, if I put... can I fast travel to here, please? Should start seeing the rocket now. Yep. No, we're in the orange orbit. So, is there a way that I could put a maneuver before Perry where I could have it lower? Can't see anything changing. There we go. Congrats, Gino. I didn't realize that there was a gloom in chat. I heard the noise and still didn't look. Okay, so what I want is you on screen, you on screen. Harry did get down or lowered. Glad about that. I go a little later. That perhaps is too high. Change radially, and this makes it a little bit more centered. I'm gonna keep changing this. See if I can get more even. While also bringing them in more. Perhaps this gets to about 13 and starts going down. Oh, that was the wrong way. I don't think I'm able to make this orbit the way that I want to. We brought our periapsis down. Our apopsis is where it is. I don't think going anywhere else will make it better. Could move it there since that's the lowest point, and then fiddle about. You know what? We're gonna do it. should be able to get a decent amount of science from this still. We are a little rotated though. Can I edit this enough? Going this way, I want to edit on this point. So we're gonna do a small burn here. Oh, this is gonna leave us with enough to get back. This should be orbit around Kerbin. Yep. Cancel that. I know I didn't do focus view, but would this help me look at both? I think it's going to be right about there. Let's keep this out a little bit faster. How close to that do I get it? Pretty darn close. Let's turn this down a little bit. And then we just change the time. Do I have to go the other way? Huh, I do. Wow. Alright, if I click on you at this point, can I still adjust this, please? Why? Why? Wrong way. Okay, this time I'm gonna shoot this a little bit lower than where I was. Let's go to 9. This is a tiny bit more than what we should be doing. But we do have a little bit extra. So, put us in this. We're going to warp over here. And then we're going to get ready to do full throttle. Now. Until we start seeing a line get closer to this moon. We zoom out. How far away are we from getting to that point? Quite a distance, because we still have to wait 30 seconds. Maybe instead of trying to get to that 14-kilometer point, I might try to go for the 35 point. How close we get. That's decent enough. I'm happy with that. And then can I warp to this point? Oh, I can. I didn't think I could. Okay, if we put a node right here, we were in retrograde. A little bit faster than that, please. Alright, keep an eye on that, and an eye on this. I want to make sure that our parry doesn't go down. Is there... perhaps this does. Okay, now we're at the point where I need to slowly change the time. Try and keep this maneuver node on the parry. Very not good on the speed. You want to go later? Definitely making it go up. Trying to get our total to 310 meters per second. I don't know if I can. Reconnecting the chat. I don't think we lost the internet for a second. It's getting more and more. Because that right there is the perfect speed, if not a little bit less. Any point of this that gets me closer. I think the closest point was when Harry's at the bottom. Do we burn a little bit more to get into a more circular orbit? I think we do. I'll just subtract it to see if we have 310 afterwards. I think we have 310 afterwards. A little bit more, actually. What's that? 685 minus... say 342. 343. We actually had more than enough, and I was overthinking it. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to speed us up a little bit. Get us closer to 10 seconds before we have to burn. I do this. And speed us up again. Okay. Full throttle. As we do, as we get closer, we throttle down. I am keeping the burn time quite high on purpose, because before we were messing up quite a bit early. A little bit more, that's good. That's below the highest point that I wrote down. Okay, so this is our orbit. Now, what are we going to do while in this orbit? Well, if we take a look at the moon, we have a bunch of craters here. And each crater is a different biome. Now, there are other things, like if I get to a good view of one, there is a crevice, I guess this would be called here. And then we have these different large craters. There's also a mountainous area and a flatter area. I didn't write down all the different areas, but anyway. Next thing I want to try and fix is your tilt. Tilted quite a bit. I think I want to go wherever the dot of the moon is in the middle is where I want to place the maneuver. No, it should be wherever it meets the blue line. So right about here. And then I'm going to spend a little bit of fuel trying to put us in Moon's orbit. I think that's right. Harry doesn't really go down much. Collapses does go up a little bit though. If I just click once, that's fine. Alright, let's warp to here. It's only a 2-second burn, so we're not going to burn for very long. Oh, I forgot to put the maneuver node. Why does it say 30? What? Not delete maneuver node control locked. Okay, so I have to do that. Why? What? Why am I unable to delete this? Okay. And now I can't. Fast forward. I have no idea what's going on. I have to get away from the maneuver node, and then... Alright, we're just gonna ignore this. Get us pointed so that we have solar panels. And what we're gonna do with this scientist is... collect science. Wherever we can. For report, don't get anything from that, so I'm going to view it. Recycle. Do we get any new EVA? Are we above a new biome? We are above the east far side crater. What we want to do now is just go back in. I'm going to press 2 to store everything in this top compartment. And then I also want to press 3. But 3 doesn't seem to do anything, so... we do an EVA. This should bring me close enough to restore the goo. And if I crawl down a little bit, should be able to restore this as well. So that we can try this over top of another biome, hopefully. Yeah, speed up a little bit. Can't speed up while Kerbals are on the lander. Ladder, I mean. Can you go back inside, please? You have to go up a little bit, I guess. Can this go away? No, it cannot. So we can't even speed up faster. Yes, we can, actually. Alright. Can we do more science right here? Keep that. Restore that. Restore that. This. This. The crew report do. Nothing. EVA. Moon's Midlands. We apparently have that, so that's where we must have did the first EVA. We'll cancel that out. I'm gonna go back inside. Press 2 to collect everything up here. Not all units could be restored. That's fine. That means that some of our stuff, we're just gonna reset it. Why are these closed? And you. Okay. Back inside, let's check to see if we're over a different biome. I don't think we are. We wait until we get to about here. This should be another crater. Oops. Oh, that was too fast around. But we're able to get rid of the node. We're doing another orbit around. I don't think I slowed down quick enough to do science. Keep. Get rid of, get rid of. Keep. Oh, that was another keep that I should have did. It's the same. EVA the same. Yes, it is. So I think we blew past what I was supposed to get into. Oh well. Go down here and reset everything. That goes fine. I'm going to take this off the action group. Why are there no custom action groups all of a sudden? What? I can't even add one. I don't know what is going on. Alright, we'll just have to deal with the action groups being part of this. Where are we? We are gonna get pretty close to this one. If I don't fly past it with our time warp. This might be close enough. We do some more science. Keep that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Keep that. That. I'm guessing crew report is going to be the same wherever we are. We're not going to do that anymore. EVA. Moon's Midnights. We were not close enough to that biome. Let's go. Go back inside. Press 2 to collect everything. I don't think 2 collected the science. Okay. Do we get near another crater? We do, right about here. So instead of trying to do my own warping, what if I just do that? And then we know we're above new biome. I'm pretty sure all of this is the same. And the only thing that's changing is the EVA. Pretty sure it is the EVA that's changing and nothing else is. I go back in and I press 2. I go back out. Okay, where's the next place that's different? A little hard to tell with the glare of the sun pointing in my eyes. We might get something new right here. I can't tell if this dark spot is a biome because the sun's pointing at me. If I take Bob outside. You look at EVA. Twin craters, that's new. Back inside. Let's press 1, see if we get anything different. I'm pretty sure all this is the same. Yeah, there's nothing new there. So from here on, we're only going to do the EVA. Okay, where's the next new biome? I think this is where we started. I do EVA. East Far Side Crater. Pretty sure we did that. We did. Okay. So then if I don't overshoot this one, I don't think we did this one. This is Mun's Farside Crater. Do that, I'm gonna do B and 2. Okay, looks like we did this actually. No, we really don't get anything from right here? There's a Magme in chat if anyone's a baby Magmar. I'm gonna warp here and see if we can get something from it. Midlands, it doesn't count. Okay. And I think that means we got everything I could, because I'm pretty sure we did this crater. I know we did this weird thing, because I commented on it being a weird shape. There's a crater here, but we're not aligned with it. There's also a crater up here, but we're not aligned with it. I could try to spend some amount of fuel to try and get to that point. Like, I can see things on the dark side of the moon if the sun's not blaring in our face. This is probably something different. So with this. Alright, let's try maneuver here. And it can only be about 20. That is 20. Does that get me any closer? It's kind of... I think it might get me to this, but I'd rather keep that extra speed stuff for getting home. So we're going to actually ignore that. And I am pretty sure we got all the signs that we could from Mun for right now. So what I'm going to do is we're going to try to get home. I probably could have kept that maneuver out. And we're going to try for another crash landing. If I get the maneuver correct, then I'll save before we shoot out. I just need to burn this way. And then we need to try and get that purple line to end up hitting Kerbin. By bringing P closer. That. Does this change anything? Nothing visually. Not really bringing in the PE. Go back or forward? Might be able to get this? Getting closer. We'll shoot for 20... We'll shoot for 16 and adjust on the way if we don't get to 16. I'll try to stop us before we get to 35. That is a lot of extra burn. We kind of need that. I get close here. But not close enough, because then everything gets more expensive as I rotate things. Where do I have to go before this is not expensive? I go right here. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be over here. In order to get it right. I'm burning the wrong. Wait, maybe I am burning the wrong way. I should be going this way. Why am I not going anywhere? Oh, that's going into it. So I think I want you over here. You're going in the planet. I'm going the wrong way. Nope, definitely going the wrong way this time now. I think I do want it over here. And that in itself is 216. It's getting more expensive the further away I go. It's the lowest point I can get this. Why did... 944 it seems. We're pretty close to 300 already. It was looking promising, but the closer we get to the magic number I'm trying to shoot for, the more I'm getting worried we won't make it. Actually, that makes it right there. Okay, that's what we're going for. We're not going to look at anything else. Let me make sure that everything that I can get is in the box. It is. And then I'm going to put SAS on, put us on the maneuver node. I go to this view. I'm going to do a quick save. And then we're going to fast travel to here. "15-second burn to use most of our fuel." I'm going to focus on our main planet here. Speed up time for a little bit. Hopefully this gives us a decent amount of science so we get close to the most that I need. 2, 1, full throttle. Five seconds, I'm turning down throttle now. Actually turned it down quite a bit. I'm just focusing on the height of our parry. Watching our fuel go down. We should have about 5 meters per second left over when we get to the height that I'm trying to get to. We're below the atmosphere now. Below 40. That height is good enough. So let's fast travel to right here. We apparently couldn't fast travel right away. We are making our way over, though. Do you guys hear the music at all? You guys don't hear it either. It's like the settings of the game went down. If this is down at 22% compared to all of this. I don't think that made the music any louder. For some reason, maybe when I tabbed out, it changed things. And we do have exactly 5 meters per second left over. I was just guessing. I want to be prograde to break off a thing here. Yeah, I'm going to break this off while in the atmosphere. Which I know we are in now. Break that off and retrograde. I'm going to slow this down while we're falling. We are losing our periapsis. And our apoapsis is coming down too. It's just in the millions instead of kilometers. And there goes our engine. Flying almost around the planet, if not going out of the planet. Our periapsis is now below the surface of this planet. And our apoapsis is following us, getting closer to our height. But pretty soon we should be going full vertical. There we go. No longer in heat. Okay, I'm going to fast forward through this. We're going to keep going to the fast speed because I don't want to make everyone wait until we land. And hopefully we get a decent amount of science for this. I don't remember how much we had beforehand. We just have to worry about our total, which has to be 540 to get all the different sciences that I want. And I didn't slow down before we crash landed, but we're fine. If I recover this, how much science do we get? Only going to be focused about the number that's way up here. Or I think it's in the center at this point. And there's 540. Okay. So we are going to unlock the next stage of my stuff. The first 4 stages are already unlocked. We want 1 through 4. This one, and this one. Then I also wrote down number 7, 5, 6, 7. And then 9. 10 was already unlocked. So that is going to be everything that we need for our next rocket. Let's go and look over my notes for the next rocket. Where do we go next, or what do we do next? I wrote down that that is when I make a science plane. We're going to go back to a plane. The plane that we made originally was meant to be like a early Land Rover. It wasn't meant to be a science plane, although we did use it as one. So this next plane is going to be for traveling around the globe. So if I just grab this plane, and then we only edit what we need. So in my notes I say 2 science juniors, so if we move that off, we'll grab another science junior, Add it right to there. Put this back on. We probably don't need this. This is just a bunch of batteries. Oh, that was for the antenna. Almost forgot. We do actually need that for later. I wrote down 2 goos, but I don't know why we need 2 goos if I can just reset them. I guess it's to get the entire science for it instead of getting some of the bar. I'll put the 2 goos there. Then we have the thermometer, the barometer, and then the tail. Okay, where is mass and lift? Our lift is a little too far forward. And the only thing we can do, so we don't block this door, is to move these back more. We want this a little bit behind. And then, there's one more thing to test. Now, I found out that if you click on these, they all the 3 different fin situations, do all 3 of these movements: pitch, yaw, and roll. And what we want is for each one of these, including the tail here, to do only one of them. And that actually gives us a little bit more control. So I wrote down exactly what we want for that, for each thing here. For the Evelons, because we put them on a wingspan, we want the Evelons to only worry about roll. So we turn off yaw and pitch. Now that should... Oh, it doesn't do all of them. Did it mirror to this side at least? That is not what I meant to do. So keep it. No, it doesn't. So we want pitch and yaw off. Does that mirror to over here? It does. I just have to do it here too. Okay. And then the tail fin, right here, we want it on just yaw. So no pitch, no roll. And then this is pitch only. So no yaw, no roll. That should copy it over here too. Yes, it does. So if I save this as the Mark IV, I'm thinking about how many of antennas do we need? Because one antenna means that we have a 50% transfer rate, or 50% science received through the transfer. If we put another one on our center lift, we could actually move that up a tiny bit now that we changed things. If we put a second antenna, we get more science back when we transfer it. I think it goes from 50 to 70, so we get an extra 20% with one more added on. I don't know if we get even more by adding a third one. That's not the one I want. If I add 3 here, I want to know what our transfer rate is. So we're going to test this out for our actions. I want to make sure that we have everything here. We have crew report, material 1. Why do we need 2 science juniors? I guess we don't get everything from 1 science junior. Conduct science. Can I move this up? I cannot. What I'm going to do instead is get rid of those. Now we have 2 goos, so I want this one as well. Oh, it does both of them at once. Okay, never mind then. Then I want log temperature, log pressure. Why does this Science Junior go to there? I don't think it matters. Never mind. This now saves all of these science up to here. Number 3, I'm going to get rid of these because we are going to reset everything ourselves. And instead, I want number 3 to toggle antenna. Not just extend it, but I want to be able to toggle it. Alright, save this. I want to make sure we have a pilot. We do have Jebediah. Let's look at this. Make sure that does science. We are going on 5 hours now because of all the time we spent trying to get to the moon and back. If I press 1, we take science. There should be 0 science from here. It's probably not a good time to test if everything works. If I do EVA. Apparently he has no helmet on immediately. If we do an EVA, there's no science for that, so I can't test that either. I need a scientist, don't I? No, apparently not. Why not? I am confused on why I don't need a scientist. Reset these. Anyway, go press 2, even though nothing should go in there, or if it does, we get 0 science for it. I'm gonna press 3 to toggle our antennas. And then, is there a trans... Oh? Do another crew report. Science. Okay. I do not know what's going on. I think I need a piece of science before we can test this out. So we're going to do a test flight. I don't actually want it max throttle, but a lot of throttle. Oh, we still have the brakes on. We are a tiny bit turned. Someone did point out that my back wheels are backwards compared to the front wheel. So that is something else that we have to change. And you guys are able to hear the engine for sure, but I can't hear it at all right now. I'm gonna pull up just a little bit. So now with this, I should be pitching down without SAS. If I turn this off. We are pitching down. Good. That's just to make sure that I have control over it. Now, if you guys remember, when I was using previous planes, everything seemed to move too quickly. I had a hard time controlling it because I would try and tilt this way, and it would keep rolling, and then I tried tilting upwards, and it would roll a different way. That was because every single wing here was trying to do the same thing. So what we're going to do is go back out into the water. That's where we're going to do our science. I should get a decent amount from it. Probably should get some amount of height. So I put us on max throttle. Because I don't know how much height we're going to need when we get out to do the EVA. I don't want to stall us out, though. zoom out. Make it quieter for you guys. For some reason, no. I see that OBS is logging the noise, but I can't hear anything right now. It's eerily quiet in my headphones. Okay, I think 600 meters might be good enough to try and test this out. So I want 3. Deployment would destroy part. Oh, they are destroyed. Okay, let's revert to hangar. First thing we're gonna do is put this upside down. We are going to fix the wheels. So I want this wheel over here. But I also want it rotated the correct way. I don't know which way I need to rotate it. There we go. But I also want it doubled. That is not angled out correctly, so I want it in the wing more. What just happened here? I click on you. Closer. Like that? No, that's too far out. I think I'm just gonna rotate them. If I do it 3 and then it grab this guy, it should mirror the same thing on the other side. Do a little bit like that. I think this is the same height. The best way to tell if they are the same height is to grab the whole plane, flip it over, and then just bring it down to ground level, and you'll be able to see which wheels go into the ground first. Now, for the plane, I want the front wheel to be just touching, but then the back wheels... No, I want the front wheel to be a little bit under the ground, and the back wheels to be just touching. So that the plane is pitched upwards a little bit for takeoff. If I grab you... Bring it down a little bit. They're just going in. I'm gonna bring it in a tiny bit there so it looks like it's actually attached. And then we are going to move this plane back up. And what I want to do now is change the antennas. Because this is the main thing we're trying to test. I don't know where to put these. Could put them on the side here, just rotated differently. Or I could place them here. Do they extend? Doesn't look like they extend, so this might actually be the antenna that we needed the first time. I'm gonna put one up here. This is just to see if we get more science by using more antennas. Because it should be 70% of the science the total science by just doing 2 antennas. We'll save this because things have been changed. And now when we take a look at our plane, we should be pitched like this with the nose up. Not very far, but just up a little bit. And it honestly seems like we're not pitched at all. There is a sand slash in chat. I'm definitely going to try and catch that. Why does everything seem quiet to me? I might have turned down the headphones. Okay, let's see how we do here with our science. Turn the brakes off. That's our schedule reminder for our 5-hour mark. I'll turn us a little bit to the left, because we're not necessarily going straight. Now we pitch up and hope that we don't crash the tail fin. There we go. That's looking perfect. A little bit of height. How are the antennas? Oh, it says transmit data. That's good to see. I'm just going to stay at this heading. We'll gain more speed. If I press 1, we get a bit of science. And it looks like I caught Sandslash. If I press 2, everything goes in the box. Now the next thing I want to test is what happens when I do EVA. We do lose altitude, okay. It's good to know. Oh, and I can reset this too. Does that only say close doors instead of reset? Reset good. Why can't I reset this one? Only scientists can restore and output modules. What? So before I could, I guess it was because it wasn't used. Anyway, if we try to transmit data... Didn't really tell me how much science I'm getting from them. But anyway, we're going to try and land this plane now. Because with me moving the wheels around, we should be able to fly this a little bit better. I just need to get us at the runway. Point down a little bit. I want to stay right behind the plane. Up a tiny bit to the right or to the left, and at some point we're gonna have to kill the engines and just glide down. I'll actually turn some of the throttle down now. Need to turn a little bit to the left. And at this point, I am going to pitch up and cut the engines. Then we're going to micromanage our way to getting to the runway. That is pretty darn close. Now I want to kill a lot of our velocity. We are essentially just gliding to the runway. Trying to not crash like that. And I think we lost Jebediah there. So, flying a plane is still difficult. What I didn't notice is how much science we get from these. So I think what I need is a better plane later on. Do I have a second plane on here? Pretty sure the next plane is a space plane. Yes, it is. Look at that. It's right there. So what we are going to do for the next stream is we're going to hopefully be able to make a lander. And we're going to go to the easier one of the two moons to land on, which is Minmus. It has less gravity, so it's a little bit easier for first-timers. I didn't want to do that. I thought it was leaving. What, Tori? What? Here. What do you want? Alright, if we go in here. We are going to create a lander if I have all the parts. I should, because we did our 4th science unlock, so everything should be in here. Want one of these. And then I wrote down Oscar B. Cool. Is this a lander or a satellite that I'm making here? Oh, it's definitely a lander. I put landing struts. And we only need an ant lander. Why is it not snapping to this? Weird. Okay. And then I wrote down 2 COM-16s. Didn't write down where I placed them though. What I'm going to do is put them up here. Didn't mean to do Control Z, I meant to do Control X. We're going to have to put the ant back on. And then I also said barometer and temperature gauge. Okay. Barometer over here. And then 4 solar panels, so I'm going to place them on the sides. This, and then 4-way symmetry. Actually, no, they could go on the top. A little bit angled. As like a housing for all this. One Z200 battery. This is pretty large, so I'm actually going to place it here. If I zoom in the correct way, don't want this doubled. Just want to move it in. Move you guys over here. And then I could probably move these in. Not that drastically, though. Oh, it's snapping. That's what's going on. Tennis seem to be okay. We might have a hard time getting the temperature stuff, but we could just do an action for it. And then I wrote down the landing struts. I don't know where they are. Probably in ground. They are. And I wrote down 3. I put them right there. So this is somewhat of a satellite going there without any people. And I want these to start retracting. Actually, I can actually hear it clicking. I thought it was something in my room that was clicking. I bring you guys down. I want these lower than the engine by a decent amount. I guess right there is fine. And then underneath that, I said to put a Luminar Mark 1. 3 of them. Pretty sure that is light. Where are lights? Echo? Science? Science. Luminaire Mark 1. I want them around the landers. I'm actually going to place it in a little bit more because I think these two are a little off-center. There we go, that should be more focused. And then we need to check the thrust to weight ratio on Minmus for when we go to leave. And it's at 8.41, so that's definitely going to lift this little thing off the ground. So, what we're going to do next is something we haven't done yet, because we, I think, just unlocked it. If I can figure out how to zoom out correctly, there we go. Bring this up. Underneath here, I need to type this in, because I don't remember where it is. It's either 06 or OG. Pretty sure it's 06. Yes, it's this one. I don't know why I couldn't find it there. But that there. And then underneath, I want to build a fairing. We go to structural. Should be one of these. Maybe not that. There's one who's in here. Let's just type it in then. FF1. Now where is that at? Oh, it's payload. That kind of makes sense. If we place this underneath, this will now allow me to draw a capsule around this that we can then use as an aerodynamic nose cone. Now, there are different points that we have to draw this out to. If I go like this, we want to make sure that it encloses everything here. if I go to there and I left click, that puts down 1 point. Now I'm actually going to undo that and make it more rounded. I go to here, and then we go straight up about here, and then we'll go straight in, close it off. Now when I hover over this, well actually right now you can see that there's a satellite inside, but if I move my mouse over it, you can see how it's going to break apart. So this whole thing is meant to get jettisoned apart so that it's only aerodynamic leaving the planet. Now we can also change things on it, like bearing staged. So now it's not down here, but we actually do want it staged. What I don't want is it on the same stage as the decoupler. So I think we want to move this up here. There was another thing on here. Oh, we can do a clamshell deploy. So it supposed to look different after I click that, and it doesn't seem like it's different to me. It still does the same animation. I'm not entirely sure what clamshell deploy does. There was another thing. There was 3 things. Don't remember. Anyway, we're gonna ignore that. Next step is put 2 800 fuels. That is this large guy. Alt tab this down here. And then below that, I want to put a Reliant engine. And then next to this, I want an advanced stabilizer between the 2 fuels, which is in command control. Advanced inline stabilizer right here. Put this back on. Now the advanced stabilizer works pretty much like a command capsule, so it allows us to rotate more freely. And because there's going to be less weight up here, and most of the weight's down here, we put this down here so that the reaction wheel should be more centered, including what's little in here. And now next thing is 3 basic fins, and that's it. We don't need big expensive ones because this is just going straight up, and then it should be enough to lift this entire thing into the atmosphere. Then we break it off, we cut it off, we drive this all the way over to Minmus. Now if I take a second and we take this off, that should be the total for just the top portion, and I want to know what that is in vacuum. It is in vacuum, okay. Because it's inside this, I suppose. If I put this back on, we want to know what our velocity is on Kerbin sea level. That is very close to not enough to get out of the atmosphere. But I think it's close enough. So this is going to be lander. Must have hit enter. It's not typing anymore. Because there's no actual manned person in here, we can't add a crew member. It's just a satellite. This is what we're going to call it. Aviation lander. And I am going to leave you guys on a cliffhanger. We will launch this in the next stream, which is going to be on Wednesday, and this time it'll be at the correct time instead of being late, hopefully. And after we do this, I should have the science to make all the other communications, because we're going to land this on Minmus, and then we're going to drive it back. And then what I want to do afterwards is put 3 satellites in orbit around Minmus to allow our communication network to extend further from Kerbin. And then hopefully we can make our land rover. And then the last stage after that. Well, there's 2 stages actually, not the last stage. We're going to land people on Mun, not Minmus, on Mun. And then we're going to try and go for Duna. So those are the 3 steps. Get this to Minmus. Drive it back. Put a communication satellite sphere or circle around Minmus. Land people on Mun. And then land people on Duna. Or at least die trying. So, in case I didn't save it, let's save it one more time. I'm going to leave here. We are going to save. And then before we go into our raid out scene, I'm actually going to go back in because I forgot to take a screenshot. And now I'm going to clean up my computer screen. This here. Make it bigger, actually. That's too big. Okay. Okay. I once put my mouse here. And then hopefully when I take the screenshot, it does, look at that. It takes the screenshot with the fairing being slightly opened. That's our screenshot for today.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 AM to 12:30 PM EST, and on Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.